Just waiting. Just waiting. Come on, YouTubes. I can see you guys. I think you can see me. Maybe. Maybe. Oh my goodness. Come on. Come on. Well, we'll just occupy the time with a little sip of coffee. How about that? Oh, it's coming. Okay, good. It's coming. Actually, I think it's already there. Just an ad playing on my end. Hello. Happy New Year. Oh my goodness. What? Nick's yelling from the other room. Okay. I have to be careful about watching this because I'll fall over. That will make me super dizzy. I see it as crooked, so I think it's good now. I'll try to look, camera's this way, so I'll try not to look head on. I'll look that way and I won't be dizzy. Hello, everybody. Happy New Year. Oh my goodness. Do you believe it? Here we are, 2024. Not only are we 2024, we're like a week into 2024 already. So it's always, I think for most people, for most of us, it's always a good time of year. It's always a great opportunity to kind of restart or kickstart or start or, you know, and I mean in relation to anything, not just what we do here on a Saturday, but really in relation to anything. So happy New Year and a cheers to new starts, right? I'll look at the chat in a minute because I see lots of you saying hello, which I love so much. Because it's a new year, I want to just start out by, well, first I want to explain who I am, talk to you about who I am, because some of you may not know. There are certain times of year where I think we may get maybe some new folks joining. So I thought it might be a good time to just kind of recap a little bit who I am and who we are and what we do here on Saturdays when I'm not traveling. So my name is Layle and I have a business called Layle by Mail. Pre-COVID, pre-pandemic, it was totally different than it is now, like a lot of our lives, right? Pre-pandemic, I was traveling literally all over the world. How many continents? Five? 5 of the 7 continents. Well, teaching in 4 of the 7, not 5 of the 7. Anyhow, traveling all over the world, teaching scrapbooking classes, teaching planner classes, teaching traveler's notebook classes, mini book classes, all kinds of crafty things. I've worked for a number of different manufacturers over the years, starting with a company still near and dear to my heart if they were still around, Scenic Route Paper Company, and then Basic Gray, and then Simple Stories. So Simple Stories would have been most recent. I worked for them for 6 years, and in April, it'll have been 4 years since I left Simple Stories, which is crazy. So 4 years ago-ish, I left Simple Stories. 4 years? 5 years. 5 years. It's 5 years. Oh my heavens, just like mind blown. It's 5 years. You want to be mind blown? Pandemic in March, don't mind me. Having a little bit of trouble lately with some thoughts connecting, so don't worry. Anyhow, 5 years since I left Simple Stories, which still blows my mind. And then 4 years since kind of all of this changed for lots of us. I left Simple Stories 5 years ago to focus on turning my side hustle into my full-time gig, which has just turned into something that I never in a million years could have even imagined. And that is kind of where I am today, Layle by Mail. So I'm still traveling and teaching, not as much, and it's pretty much concentrated towards the US now. But when I'm not traveling and teaching, I am here on Saturdays and we do what I like to call creative listing. So I provide a couple of list topics earlier in the week and we sit down and we list, or I sit down and I list. I take whatever I want to work with, stickers, washi tape, stamps, pattern paper, die cuts, whatever it is. And I make a list, but then I'm creative as I'm doing that, which kind of feeds both parts of my soul. Creating, which is definitely part of who I've always been and who I'm sure I will always be, and then list making. So I've been a list maker my whole life, and that's how I function because I got to get it out of here, so I put it down on paper. Kind of blending those two things together in what I call creative listing was one of the things that kind of evolved through the pandemic. After the first couple of months, this is what we started doing here. And so as we are working, there are a lot of different products that I use. And I always try to encourage you not to get caught up in what I'm using or what I'm doing. What do they say? Comparison is the biggest thief of joy, right? The other one that's always one that's really kind of struck my heart is that don't compare your beginning to somebody else's middle, which I think is a really good thing to keep in mind for a new year, if you're starting a new hobby, if you have health goals, if you have exercise goals, if you want to learn to be a pilot, whatever your goals are, we have to be really careful in comparing as we're starting to someone else's journey, because in a lot of cases, you may be looking at someone. Let's say you decide you want to be, let's say you decide you want to be a hair model and your hair is this short, right? I mean, you can still be a hair model with hair this short, but you look at someone who has, you know, maybe you aspire to have long golden locks down to your ankles. I don't know. But you can't compare your hair journey here to their hair journey to their ankles, because they literally could have been growing their hair for their entire life. And I know that is a you know, nonsensical example I just gave, but I think it's easier to be nonsensical to make us go, oh, well, duh, how could I ever expect my hair, which is 2 inches, to be, you know, 3 feet or 4 feet tall? It took a lot of time and a lot of work and a lot of commitment, things like that. So that's one that my friend years ago, Corey Speaker, the Reset Girl, I was attending a class of hers, and she had kind of stated that in her class. Don't compare your beginning to someone else's middle, or don't compare your your middle to someone else's, you know, career for the last 50 years, whatever it is. So, tying that back, I just say, if you're listing with me, you really only need 2 things. You need something to write with and something to write on, and that is it. That's the important thing, right? Because it's the writing that you're doing. It's the logging or documenting or writing things down, whatever it is. That's the really important part. That's why we're here. Now, the playing with the product is just because it's my business. This is the only time, literally the only time, that I allow myself to play, because the rest of the time it's all work. So this is an opportunity for me to play. That's why I like to use and play with lots of different things. But you do whatever you want. In a lot of cases when we're working, I will try something and I'll say, ooh, I don't like that. But I'll verbally say that out loud. I'll say I don't like it, and then I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I decided to not do this and do that instead, because for me, that's an important part. I think that helps all of us. If I'm watching a YouTube video on how to put on makeup and somebody says, oh, I'm not going to do that, well, I want to know why she didn't do that, because that's how I learned, or why she did that instead of this, or what have you. Also, we make mistakes, and that's just life, right? We make mistakes, so we make mistakes here. I make mistakes, I laugh, and then we figure out together, well, okay, what can I do to fix that besides starting over? Because life's too short to start over. I mean, ain't nobody got time for that. I'm not starting over, especially if I'm almost done. So a lot of what we're working with, you will see on my website at laylebymail.com. So in the description box of the video, there is a link that basically says what I'm using. Now, there's a lot of links in there because that's just what we do on YouTube. But there is a link that says what I'm using, and that will take you to a lot of the different products, kind of a page on my website of a lot of the different products I'm using. So if you're interested in any of those, that's the best way to find those. Whew, okay, so we are, you guys, now into our 4th year. Our 4th year of doing this. March will be year number 4, which is, I can't even, it's just, it's unfathomable to me. So we'll kind of talk about a little bit about that as we continue. I want to take a quick look at the chat for a bit, and maybe a little bit more than normal, just because it's a new year and I haven't seen you guys in a while. If you are watching live, there's a live chat that takes place, and it's, you know, I'm talking at you, but you guys can talk amongst each other. You can also talk to me by chatting. So if you're watching live, there's a live chat that takes place. That's one of the greatest things that's come out of this over the last almost 4 years, is that kind of community that you guys have built in the chat, right? Some of you have met in person, some of you are friends, some of you started watching and then brought other friends with you. And it was something that was really kind of organic, that evolved out of the pandemic. It certainly wasn't my intent. I just decided to do a video one day and it just kind of happened. But this kind of community that has been built here is very near and dear to my heart. And I love that some of you, you know, have so much joy in coming. And I get the joy out of it too. So anyhow, I want to look at the chat just so I can say hi to you guys. And then we'll do some housekeeping items, and then we will get going. It's a day where the fan is coming on and off. So just bear with me. I have also a fan that's sitting on the desk that will help me too if needed. All right, let's say hello. Sarah said, "Wow, 4 years of so much learning." Thanks, so it's been a great 4 years. Wanda said, "I agree. I agree." Hi, Justine. Happy New Year. Gerda from Texas. Nancy. So here's a quick thing about the chat. Nancy just wrote everything in uppercase in all caps. So as I'm looking, as the chat, when we first get started, kind of goes quickly. If you put something in all caps, if you really want me to see it or respond, then I will for sure see it. Now, once I rotate the camera, it's a lot easier for me to keep an eye on kind of what's happening in the chat to respond, but this beginning part's a little hard. I can't like chew gum and tap my head and, on my stomach at the same time. So trying to talk to you guys with meaning and sincerity and then trying to read the chat at the same time doesn't work very well. Nancy said, "We love you, Layle. I love you and your creative designs because you do you." Thank you, Nancy. Yeah, you do you. If you are new, is kind of one of my things. I always just say, you know what? You do you. If there's anything that I've learned in my 55 years of life, it is that the older I get, we've got to do us. We can't be so caught up in what everyone else is doing. That sends us on such a different path. I won't say the wrong path because it's nothing wrong with that, but you do you. So that's always something really important that is important to me, and I hope that's something that you guys have kind of started to incorporate. 111 Renee says, "Time flies when you're having fun." Gloria said, "Decided to start listing this year." Gloria, I am so happy for you. And I thought, well, again, going back to the beginning, brand new year. And a lot of us have new resolutions or new goals or new things we want to focus on. Usually I like to prefer, for me personally, to call it things I want to focus on versus a resolution. But whatever you call it, you do you. I think there may be some of you that maybe have been sitting off to the sidelines thinking, "Oh, I want to do this. I don't know where to start. What do I do?" And now's the time because you're like, it's a new year. Now is a great time to start. So welcome. If that's you, I'm so happy for you and welcome. Beach Gal. Hi, Deborah. And Joshua, are you here? Hi, Joshua. Beach Gal said, "List idea, it could be a double page, out with the old, then in with the new." I love it. So what I'm going to do here very quickly, this is my little handy dandy notebook. It's the Listing with Layle workbook this is kind of a fun thing to look back on. I started using back in October of 2021. Anyhow, this is what I use every week to plan our sessions. But then I also have another section in here that, kind of all the listing ideas. So this is where I keep track of all of the listing ideas and suggestions that you guys give me. So I love it. So Deborah said, "Out with the old, in with the new." Out with the old, in new. Which kind of brings up a great point. This time of year, because this is our kind of start of the 4th year that we've been doing this, usually the end of December, there's a grouping of lists that I have us do that kind of helps to tie up the year. And then the first week in January is when we start focusing on some new lists, kind of looking forward. Now we're a week behind because we did not have our listing session the last week of December. So we're just going to proceed as we normally would, and we'll be a couple weeks behind. But I think the end of a new year, eventually it was, I guess at one point it was a new year, end of 2023 in this case, is a great opportunity for us to kind of look back before we start to look forward. And we have some fun with it. So as we get going, we'll talk a little bit more about that, and I will talk also about kind of what some of our lists are planned for the next month or so, just so you can kind of have an idea. But yes, I love that. Deborah, and I think that's a great one that we can now add to our maybe start of every new year, out with the old, in with the new. I love that. Hi, let's see, who's that? Hi, Lisa. She said hello from Canada. Happy New Year. So glad I made it today. Okay, we're saying amen to Colleen. So what did Colleen say? Colleen said, "Layle, thank you for making this community happen. It's been so supportive to so many during hard times." Thank you, Colleen. And you know what? You guys know it goes right back at you, because just as much as you guys said that you needed this during the pandemic, it was my lifeline. I mean, for someone that traveled all the time and was teaching and out and chatting and, connecting with people, it was really difficult for me, and we all had our different difficulties during the pandemic, but to kind of totally turn that off. So this gave me a way to connect, and it still does, right? It still does. So I have kind of over the last year or so, really worked on kind of modifying my in-person teaching schedule. So it's very heavy, September, October, November, and then it's in April and in August. So now there's all that other time. Now don't kid yourself, I'm not sitting at home all that time, but there's all that other time where I'm not like interacting. And that's where this helps to kind of fill that need for me. So it's mutually beneficial for all of us. Mimi said, I can't believe it's almost been 4 years. It's been amazing and life-changing. I love that, Mimi. She said, it's been life-changing for me. Can't live without it now. Thank you, Mimi. I appreciate that. I really do. And Mimi, I don't know what you say, what you say. I don't know what you mean when you say life-changing. I will tell you for me how it's been life-changing to me besides my business, like just exploding. And life-changing for me because of some of those, just my business is so different. But for me, life-changing, it has given me back my passion for crafting. And I've talked with a number of you because you reach out and you tell me we're kind of in the same boat. Our boys, Jack and Sam, so Jack is 26, Sam is 23. We're empty nesters. That happened pre-pandemic, and then one moved back in because he had to, and then one moved back in because he wanted to as the other was leaving. Anyhow, so we're empty nesters. And my whole life I've been a scrapbooker, or I don't know, documenter or storyteller or memory keeper, whatever you want to call it, since I was pregnant with Jack 26 years ago. And so it's been a huge part of my life, career and hobby both. But when the boys started getting their own lives, Nick, not getting their own lives, because I always had their own lives, but in high school, when they started, kind of pulling away from the rents, if you know what I mean, and then college, and then kind of their own lives and things. Sorry, I got it. My shoe came off. I need that. I kind of had to step back for a minute because I'm like, wait a minute. My whole life, I've been telling someone else's story. I've been telling theirs, right? I've been scrapbooking. I've been telling their story. So now what the heck am I going to do? And so it took me a little while. I stumbled a little bit, had to figure out. And for me, it evolved into this. It evolved into creative listing. And with this, for the most part, I'm telling my story, which is something I've done a little bit throughout the years, but really the last 4 years, the focus for me has been telling on my story, but in a completely different way than I think most people would expect, right? So, I'm not writing journals and I'm not writing, long soliloquies about different things about myself. Nothing wrong with that. You do you. But I'm writing lists, things I wanted to be when I grew up, jobs I would love to have, jobs that I would never be able to have. Things I'm looking forward to this year, my favorite toys as a child. So lots of things I'm telling stories about that most people probably don't know about me. So I'm kind of leaving a little bit of a, I don't know. We can call it a legacy. We can totally call it a legacy. What we're doing is leaving a legacy for our families or friends or future generations or whatever it is. It's just a different type of story that we're telling. Sometimes photos, sometimes not. Okay, let me get back to this. Hi, Sonia. Oh no, different Sonia. I have a Sonia friend on Facebook who just had a birthday, but so I realized that right after I read that. Okay. Heather said, Happy New Year. Tina, good morning. Shannon, good morning from snowy Missouri. Scrapbook Sista said, welcome to all the newbie squirrels. If you're new, whether this is your first time watching or your first time maybe being able to catch us live, or you've been a long time lurker, first time commenter maybe today, just pop in and say hello so we know. Carmen, I love the chats here. I look forward to the crafting and layout. Carmen, will you do me a favor? Will you shoot me your current address? Because I don't know if I had it. If I have it, I have a couple things that I ran across that I would like to send to you. Let's see. Okay. Tina said, I'm committing to doing this year. And you know what? Here's the thing. The beauty about what we do is that there's no commitment. It's not like you're signing up for a service. You just come or you don't come. Or you just look at the blog, see what the lists are, or you come here on a Saturday or watch the replay and go, you know what? That particular list topic kind of speaks to me. I think I'd like to list about that. You could do one list a year, 2 lists a year. You could do all the lists a year. So It's very much a you just decide what works for you, which I think makes it super approachable, super, super approachable. Sandy, hi Sandy, good morning. Is that a necklace or pin you're wearing? It is a necklace. It's a necklace. I think it's Jillian Michaels. I don't know. Jillian Michaels is, I think, the Biggest Loser lady trainer. I don't know. Something like that. I think it's JM. Some of you, this may help some of you remember. I purchased this before this all happened, but years ago, if you remember Making Memories, the scrapbook company, 1 year, they partnered with a jewelry designer, and they had this whole kind of make your own jewelry line. So things kind of ish like this, but kind of not. Anyhow, that is the designer that I bought that. I mean, it's been years. I pull it out every once in a while. I felt like this shirt needed a little bit more something, so I didn't look like a, I don't know, either a nun or a maitre d'. Nothing wrong with either of those. Nothing wrong. Oh, I love it. TM Rude says, yes, that's been getting started today. That's been me getting started today. I love that. Look at, we have a TM and a Mimi. My grandpa's sister, I don't know what you call that. My grandpa's sister, their last name was Rude. Hi, Susan. Hi, Francis. Carol Ann received her order this week. She's so excited to use all her new supplies. She said, if you don't have Layle's book yet, I highly recommend you place an order. Thank you, Carol Ann. Guess what, guys? I think I'm down to my last 20. I ordered a lot. This was the second printing. So a third printing is coming, because I don't think it's, I mean, I think third printing, I don't think I'll order as many as I did the second time. I don't know though, because it keeps selling, because we keep having new people join us. So I love that so much. And if you didn't know, not the second edition, the 2023 idea book, crossing fingers, will come out in March of this year. That is well underway. So that'll have all the lists from 2023. And that's the plan going forward. There'll be one every year for that year's list. Hi, Annie. Her aim this year is to actually list more. I watched more than I created. Which, good for you, Annie. And I love that you said your aim, not your goal, right? Because sometimes goals have a little bit more of a connotation. But you know what? What I think is awesome, that you set aside to do it, whether it's listing or watching, because watching, it's amazing, I think, how much you can watch anything and stuff just kind of sinks into your brain. It like leaches in a good way, right? So I'm sure there are things that you got out of watching that as soon as you're ready to start listing, it will be, all that knowledge is there, and it's there like subconsciously. So you'll just be ready to run with it. Christy said, Terry said, Layle, do we have a time limit today? Terry, no. We'll see how I do. But we don't have a time limit. So we'll just play. We're just going to play for a while. Christy said, this has been such a connection to people who get it during challenging times in my personal life. Yeah, Christy, I love that for you. That's just awesome. Christy, also, I saw something on your, I think, Instagram that you have made a big jump this year. So congratulations. You are starting to do mini book project kits. Is that right? I saw that and I thought, oh my goodness, good for you. Good for you. Donna, hi, Donna. Let's see. Oh, Mimi brought Mimi welcomed the new year with COVID. Yeah. It's just going around, right? RSV, COVID, the flu. Oh my goodness, the flu. I will just tell you, we have a neighbor that is a doctor, and we were talking to him the other day, and he said, look, we were just chit-chatting, and he's like, yeah, works for him because he's a doctor. He's like, crazy time of year, and he started, walking back to his house, and he circled back, and he said, look, I'm going to tell you, and you take it with a grain of salt, right? Either you believe in it or you don't. But he said, I will tell you, if there is one thing that you can do for yourself this year, he said, get a flu shot. Please, 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 if you haven't had a flu shot, he said, get a flu shot. He said, I am seeing people come in with influenza B, he said, that look like death warmed over, and they even feel worse, right? So take that with a grain of salt. But yeah, it's a hard time of year. COVID, flu. But he said flu is like the big giant one. He said influenza B, and then A, and then he said COVID. For some people, it's like, oh, I've got sniffles. So, and then RSV, you're older or younger. Like little infant, and then a little bit older. Anyhow, take care of yourself, right? That's all to say. Take care of yourself, whatever that means for you. Sarah, thank you. So Sarah came back and clarified. She said life-changing. She said, life-changing for me, a whole new way to express myself, do memory journaling, and a new confidence in crafting. Thank you, Layle. I love that for you, Sarah. That's so awesome. That's so awesome. And you know what? Sometimes I think we feel guilty about allowing ourselves to take the time, right? To play, to craft, right? So if an example, for example, in Sarah's case, she just said, a new way to express herself, a new confidence in crafting, right? We have to give ourselves permission to take the time to do the things that kind of satisfy us, because that's what carries us through all the other times when we're struggling, right? Okay. And Mimi, I don't even remember if I said that. Probably just read your comment. But you and I have, I think, chatted back and forth in email, but I hope that you were feeling better, right? Didn't mean to just gloss over that. Rosie's fallen in love with her creative process again. Best way to put it. That's the best way to put it. Wendy, you said, I've been watching for a while, but usually not chatty, going to chat more and really get into listing. Love this community and Layle's lives. I love it, love it, love it. Okay. I'm gonna keep. Will we be looking at the next travel notebook kit for January and February today? So Seayak Ranch, the Traveler's Notebook Kit for winter, which is January and February, is on my website. I did not have plans to look at it today. I think I've shown it a couple times before, but you can see it on the website. We will take a quick look at the 2024 Year in Review Project Kit once we get kind of going. Shannon said she's watching from North Carolina first time. Oh, Shannon, welcome to you. I will tell you guys that are first timers. We normally don't spend this long at the beginning just kind of chatting like this. It's just kind of new year, maybe some new people, and I think it's just a good time to kind of circle back to what it is I do here, we do here. So well, I don't know. You guys will tell me. We actually spend a lot of time chatting at the beginning, but anyhow, you kind of get what you get when you come, right? Wanda said, not only are we leaving behind information to our families, but we're remembering things we want to remember that make us happy. Yes, Wanda, I love it. And in some cases, we are writing things down to get out of our head the things that we want to not remember, right? The things that we want to say, okay, I've written those down. They're gone. Now I can move on. So I love that. Hi, Debbie. Zell's Craft said, kind of a newbie. Runs off sarcasm and coffee. Love that one. Hi, Layle. Tammy here. Never done the listing, but have had the pleasure of doing many crop and creates with you and a few of your album kits. Happy New Year. And you know what? Here's the thing. Some of you that are here on Saturdays and that are here quite often don't ever list with me. You're just here because you're cleaning the house and you want to have a noise in the background. Or you're driving or you want to have some company. So doesn't matter why you're here, just welcome. As long as you're not one of those weirdos that starts putting emojis that we don't like in the chat room and saying weird, inappropriate things from a mail. So we haven't had one of those in a while. No trolls, but anyone else, you're totally welcome, right? You're welcome. Jerry's newish. She's done a couple of lists, but she's looking forward to at least doing about last month listing. Love it. Oh, hi, Mom. I missed her. I missed when she popped in. So, Colleen, thank you for telling me that. Mom, I think Nick's on the way over. Hi, Mary J. Blige. And Cindy burned through her gift certificates yesterday. Yeah, a number of you got gift certificates for the holidays. So, congratulations to you. That's exciting. Paul Rudd. There we go, Paul Rudd. Okay. Thank you, Mimi. Pronounced like Paul Rudd. Isn't he amazing? He never ages. That's so weird. Let's see. Oh my gosh, Sandy, thank you. Sometimes we need to hear that, right? Sandy said, love the necklace. It's perfect accessory at that top. You always look beautiful inside and out. Thank you. No, Christy, not imposter syndrome. Get those two words out of your vocabulary right now. Everyone started somewhere, right? You've got to start, right? No imposter syndrome. Oh, stomach flu and COVID. Oh, Sonia, you got a nice double present in a bow. Ew, that's no good. Carmen, yes, said self-care is never selfish. Self-care is never selfish. All right. I think Nancy said, so glad we're listing again. Nancy's like, are we going to list today? No, she didn't say that. I said that. Pamela. Oh my goodness, Pamela, what a huge milestone. So Pamela has had some pretty big surgeries this past year. She went back to work this week, first time in almost 6 months. Pamela, that is amazing. Good for you. That just has to feel like so freeing. Just has to feel like so good. Just progress, right? Progress. That's so awesome. Congratulations. All right, guys. I think, like, seriously, I could stand here all day and just read the chat, because then it's like a bunch of girlfriends. We're all in a room together, just chit-chatting and catching up. And, oh, what did you do over the holidays? Oh, how are you? What are you looking forward to this year? Which I would love to do that, but, we got things we got to do. Hi, Martine. I hope you had a wonderful visit in Florida. Sarah's working on December documented today to get that finished up. Oh, yes. I have 2 days left. Right after Christmas, I did the 22nd and 23rd, and the next day was planning on doing the 24th and 25th, and then things went a little haywire. So we'll talk about that as we get going. Wanda said, are you okay, Layle? I was worried about you. I am. I had some very interesting things happen with my health in the month of December. The first time they did a bunch of tests, ruled out a stroke, because that's what they were a little bit worried about, and said everything seems to be okay, but if it happens again, go to the ER. And it happened again. It happened again. Those of you that had the first original January setup class scheduled for Thursday the 28th, that's the day it happened. That's why they got canceled. And then that is also why listing got canceled on Saturday. I was fine. I was home. Everything was good. Well, everything's good, but there was no way that I could do this after all of that. So, long story short, no, don't know. Been to my primary care doctor, going to have an MRI on Tuesday night, and we're just kind of wait and see. So, I apologize for. I hate to miss. I feel guilty having had to send that email out on Thursday. After I got home from the ER saying, hey, I have to reschedule this. I think I've only had to reschedule anything twice and maybe, I think, ever. And then Saturday, I wanted to be here, but there was just no way. I knew I couldn't do it. So that's where we are. And I'm usually pretty transparent with you guys. You guys know a lot about me. I've shared lots and lots and lots about me. I will continue to be transparent as soon as we have a little bit more information about what's going on. But it wasn't COVID. It wasn't a cold. I didn't have the flu, just some other weird things going on that we are not quite sure what they are. So that's where we are. Let's see. Oh yeah, Alexis said, I had no idea. Prayers. I'm so sorry. Please don't feel guilty. Health is important. Yep. Health is important, right? Yeah. There's nothing like something whacking you upside the head to say, hello. Yeah. So no, it's all good. It's all good. We'll just kind of wait and see. We'll wait and see. And just, we're hoping that it's, something not a big deal, and just kind of move on and figure out what we need to do to fix it or make it better. Kathy, thank you. As soon as I rotate, I will plug in, but you guys remind me again, because you know what'll happen. I'll totally forget. Kimberly said, so glad you're back for 2024. These Saturdays are such a treasure. Same. I tell you, they're such a treasure for me too. So we'll keep doing them. I have no plans to end them. So, all right, guys. Runs off sarcasm and coffee. Your health always comes first. I had something scary like that happen though. Thought it was a stroke, severe migraine. And I've had migraine since I was 16. So, they're going to do a MRI of the brain, which I've had those before in the past, to kind of rule things out, and we'll go from there. So, and you know what, if it's my primary care doctor said, you know what, menopause, sometimes migraines change with menopause, although this was a really, I don't know. I'm no doctor, but I would be surprised if that's what it was. But I would be actually very relieved if that's what it was, if migraines are now taking a new form of... Okay, all right, friends, so we have a couple of housekeeping items to talk about. First off is the schedule. So the schedule for January, February, March is, it's out there. It is on the blog at laylebymail.com. It is on the Layle by Mail Facebook page, pinned to the top. It's also in the Layle by Mail Facebook group, pinned to the top. So each time I send out an email, I always have the schedule at the bottom of that email too. So you can kind of plan. I always say tentative in case something changes, but you have that scheduled through March. During the month of January, we are not listing. I'll be out of town next weekend, and I will be out of town the last weekend in January. So schedule reflects that. We'll be together the 20th. Well, this month in January 6th and the 20th, but you can look at the schedule for that. So just kind of keep that in mind. Giveaways. So last time when we were together, which was the 23rd of December, I did 2 live giveaways. We're like, let's have fun and do some live ones. So the live giveaway winners, I did the same prize for all 3. 2 were live, 1 was after party. Nancy Mars won a $25 gift card to spend on my website. And Nancy, I saw your email. I will go back in and apply that. The other person that won live was Jerry, and I had just written down Jerry. I don't remember Jerry's name. As far as I know, Jerry already spent it because I wouldn't remember at this point. But anyhow, Jerry. And then the third prize was an after party. So 99% of the time when we're together, well, 100% of the time when we're together, I'm always doing giveaways. 99% of the time, Scrapped. Okay, this is interesting. A couple of you have purple, your little memes or whatever are purple. And I get scared when I see purple out of the corner of my eye, because purple is the eggplant. And sometimes, and again, it hasn't happened in a long time, but if you know, you know, sometimes eggplants, people use that emoji for something else. And I thought that maybe we had a troll in here, so don't mind me of kind of getting totally sidetracked there. Okay, anyhow, always do giveaways because it's fun and I like to share. So we did 2 lives. 99% of the time, the giveaways are always after party because not everybody can make it live, and I want everybody to have a chance to participate in the giveaway. So the way the giveaways work, if they're not live, is I ask you to leave a comment on the video when it is over. So video's over. You have until we're together next. So you have at least a week, sometimes 2, depending on when we're getting together, to leave a comment on the video once it's over. Just say whatever, say hello. If you listed, tell me what you listed, whatever it is, just pop in and say hi. And then I randomly pick the winner or winners. I just scroll through the comments. Literally when I say scroll, I do this, and wherever my finger stops, that's who wins. So that winner from last week was Stacy D. Giacomo. So congratulations, Stacy. Stacy also won a $25 e-gift card to spend on whatever she wants on the website. So we'll do 2 giveaways today, and we'll talk about those as soon as we get going. A couple of other things. Well, I think everything else I want to talk about, we'll just rotate the camera and go from there. So what I'm going to do, I still a little old school here. I don't know, we'll see if we change this for this year. Turn off the overhead lights, turn on the studio lights. Well, it's gonna get really bright, but I can't have those on because, you know, I did say I'm 55. Nobody wants to see these bright lights yeah, I don't need the bright lights. I need all of the filter. I mean, there's no filter, but I need all of that I can get. Oh, usually I try to remember to rotate the camera before I do that because that would be the bright lights. So let me just spin here. Whoopsie, sorry. Didn't want to make anybody sick. Still getting used to that new mount. All right, let's see. Here we go. Here we go. Nancy said she appreciates the gift card. And look, thank you, Colleen. Colleen is our resident reminder-er. And you guys are so good because when Colleen's not here, someone always reminds me to plug in the phone. Like Kathleen reminded me earlier, so thank you guys. Yes, always have to plug in the phone or else I will lose you because we will not have any power. It takes a lot of power to stream for I don't know how many hours. All right, I'm gonna have another quick sip of coffee. Reminder to hydrate, right? Maybe that's on your list of things that you want to focus on this year, is to stay hydrated or to drink more water or whatever it is. This is not water, but I'm gonna have another sip of coffee. I have water over here. So hydrate, hydration break, really quick. I will need to keep tapping that. So, what should we start out with? Let's start, okay, let me move these off to the side because these might be a little distracting. Let's start out with our last list. No, let's not do that. We're not gonna start out with our last list. Should we look at a few things that are new just really quick? There's some really fun things that are brand new that came in this week. Well, not quite came in this week. I have my product samples of my January release of stamp sets. They are in production now. They will be shipping to me on January 11th. So January release of stamps will start shipping mid January as soon as I receive them. So you can see these on the website. I haven't really talked about them yet. I just put a little blurb about them in the email that went out on Thursday. So there are 5 new stamp sets. Continuing along with the mini icons. So mini icons I started doing in the fall of 2023. So mini icons always are a 3x3 stamp set. So smaller stamp set. There are always 12 little mini icons, and there's always a definition. So there are 2 for this release. You have mini icons love. Let me pull that down a little bit. And you have mini icons spring. So love, just some cute little, there's a little speech bubble with a heart, a little present with some hearts, a little heart balloon, little flower with a heart in it, a little bird with a little envelope with a heart, little candle, little coffee mug with a heart. So very importantly to me, not focusing too much on what's the word I'm thinking for? Romantic love. This doesn't really focus on romantic love at all. This is just kind of fun hearts on, different little icons. So that is the mini icons love. The definition here is love. Love is all you need, but a little chocolate now and then doesn't hurt. So that is mini icons love. And then we have mini icons spring. So all springy. There is only really, well, there's 2 kind of. Easter. There's a little Easter egg and a little bunny rabbit, but that bunny rabbit could just be spring. It doesn't have to be Easter. But you have hello spring, and then a little bumblebee, a bird, some flowers, a little cloudy sky, rainbows, butterfly, ladybug. This one, definition, spring, nature's way of celebrating new life and beauty everywhere. So the 2 mini icon stamp sets for the release. Then we have the now boarding alphabet, because this one has been done, I don't know, at least 6 months. So these have been done for 6 months. This one is now boarding, and I thought this would be really fun play on, this would work with any kind of travel documenting that you're doing, because it's kind of like the little departure board, your little departure board style of letters and numbers, but also kind of also reminds me of like the old alarm clocks, like the digital alarm clocks that probably we all had. I know Nick had one up until like 8 years ago that I finally made him get rid of, but kind of those little numbers that would flip. So that style would be like if they were like changing the word or something, the A would flip down, all those things would flip down. So that's, you kind of have that little separation between, if you know what I mean. Anyhow, single letters, only one, that's one stamp, not 2. I might have confused things with the flip down, but anyhow, that's a 4x6 stamp. And that is now boarding alphabet. And then we have 2 6x8 stamp sets. Two 6x8 stamp sets. This guy is called What a Day. This guy is called What a Day. And my idea with this one, let me see if I still have my sample behind me. Oh, okay. Hold please. Hold please. I think it's right here. Let me see. Oh yes. So this is an example of how I used the What a Day stamp set. This for me in 2024 will be the way I will be doing our Today Looks Like This list. So starting a little over a year ago, every month we've been doing a list called Today Looks Like This, where you basically pick a day and you just list about the things that happened during that day. So this stamp set called What a Day now has everything that you need. Instead of trying to piece together this little notepad and this little, these chipboard numbers and then these month die cuts, now it's all in one stamp set. So in that stamp set, that 6x8 stamp set, you have all of your months, you have your numbers, so you can date. Let me open this back up just so it's right next to it. There we go. So you have your months. You have your little stamp here for days of the week, so you could circle the day of the week. You have your numbers to do your date, and then you have THRDNDST. And then down below, you have a little rating. So you can do your rating stamp and fill in the stars. So if it was a one star day, you fill in 1 star, a 5-star day, fill in 5 star. Then you have all of these other little kind of sentiments that you could pair with the rating. What a day, awesome, best day ever, forgettable, right? Because not every day is unforgettable. Forgettable, good enough, I've got this, unforgettable, great day, this happened, blah. And then you have a number of different little word strips that you can kind of work in there. So there we go. That one is what a day. And that is the stamp set that I will be using every month as we do kind of our, this is what my day looks like. This type of list is something that I call a time capsule list, because you're very much making a time capsule of kind of what happened, right? Don't be alarmed. This is February 24th. I did not travel in the future. I needed to do this for the packaging. So this was actually my list from February 24th of last year. Okay. The last stamp set, Scrapped NH said she got rid of the purple. You didn't have to get rid of the purple. Oh my goodness, that's fun. All right. The last stamp set is the 2024 year in review stamp set. So, today will be the last day that you see me use the 2023 year in review, or about last month, sorry. 2023 about last month. The project kit is 2020. Let's try that again. This is the 2024 about last month stamp set. The project kit is the 2024 year in review. This is the 2023 about last month stamp set. This is the last month that you will see me use the 2023 about last month stamp, because going forward now in 2024, I will be using this guy. So this guy, April said, I absolutely love your handwriting. This so makes me happy, happy, happy. So what you will see me doing a little bit more in 2022, even though it's not something that I would think of doing, but I hear it loud and clear from you guys. You like my handwriting. You want to see my handwriting more in the stamp. So you probably saw that in the What a Day. And then you definitely see that in the 2024 about last month stamp set. You have my handwriting for all of the 12 months. What's really nice, you guys, about both of these that I showed you, What a Day and the 2024 about last month, I use these for very specific things. Kind of the What a Day today looks like this, and this one being our about last month. But these are so generic. I mean, you can use these for anything. There you have all your months, you have your numbers, you have a couple of different years, 24, 25, 26, word strips. Same with this guy. This guy is so versatile. You've got your months, your numbers, and whatever you need. So there we go. Those are the new stamp sets. The 5 that I showed you, they are available for pre-order now on the website, and they will start shipping mid-January. So very quickly, one more thing before we dig in. I wanted to share where I am so far on the 2024 year in review project kit. So it is not kitted yet. It hasn't started kitting because we're still waiting for the stamps. Once the stamps come in, then it will get kitted. So that one, I think I said, is shipping on January 22nd. So it's up for pre-order now. But this whole concept is what you see us do once a month. And that's the first list that we'll be starting with today. It is about last month. So the 2024 year in review project kit kind of gets you set for that. You have everything you need to decorate pockets, to get your whole insert ready for all 12 months of the year. I will show you, I have done April for the packaging. So that is using that new 2024 about last month stamp set. And then I worked with a designer, Ashley Horton, to take some of her artwork for custom die cuts. So there is a package of 72 custom die cuts in that project kit as well. So anyhow, that is on the website now for pre-order. It's available either without a traveler's notebook cover, or this year I've even bundled, so a little bit of a discount, 3 different options if you need a traveler's notebook cover with it. Because it's a little bit easier for me to do a discount on those since they're mine and I manufacture them, the 3 different covers. So anyhow, that's a quick blurb about what is new. Oh, actually, there's one more thing. These just got here yesterday. You sometimes see me use these on our Saturdays. If you've taken classes with me, you probably see it happen more often because I'm doing fussy cutting in class. Generally not a lot of fussy cutting on our Saturdays. Hang on, I gotta turn off that fan. Behold, the Layle by Mail fussy cutting scissors. These I am so excited about, I can't even tell you. When they came yesterday, I was like a kid in a candy store. So that is a navy powder coated finish. So nice matte finish. And then of course you have my little logo there. But if you've never seen fussy cutting scissors, you're like, what the heck are they? It may make a little bit more sense this way. They are spring loaded. So you see that little guy there? Spring loaded, which means you don't need a lot of movement to make your little blades move. Okay, see how I just barely squeeze those? And I have a picture on the website for you where I show, oh my gosh, these little girls are playing in our yard. They're going sledding. Now she's sitting. Oh, anyhow, don't mind me. Anyhow, so, and I show you on the website, distraction, you just kind of cup them in the palm of your hand like this. So they just kind of lay right there. Your thumb operates this side and your little pointer finger here. So basically you're doing little tiny movements. So people tell me these are great for arthritic hands when it comes to cussing. I guess that could be a play on words because my friend Vicky Booten calls it fussy cussing. When you are cutting little things, you have just a little teeny tiny blade. So it's really easy to kind of do your little cutting. So super excited about these. I've been using these type of scissors for years to do my fussy cutting, and they started getting harder and harder for me to find, to order. And so I thought, you know what? I'm going to sick Amy on that and have her start sourcing them. And here you go. So very excited about that. Okay. Enough of that, because, you know, that's the stuff that I like to share that I have to take the opportunity to share where I have you guys here. But now we're going to play. And I'm going to have a quick sip of coffee, and then we're going to get started. Noreen said, need for my scissor collection. The nice thing, and we talk about this a lot when it comes to stamping blocks. I always say, if you have the right size tool for the job, it makes life so much easier. So if you have a little tiny stamp, you shouldn't use a stamping block that's this big because it makes life a lot more difficult. If you're trying to cut something out that's small, you shouldn't use your, 12-inch scissors that you cut fabric with. If it's small, you want to use the smallest pair of scissors you have, and then nice little small pair of scissors. Okay, let's look at our lists from last week before we dive in. On the 23rd, we did 3 lists. Our first list was a menu. It was right before Christmas, and I talked about how for our family, Nick and Jack and Sam and I, or Sam and me, we do a big dinner party every Christmas night. Nick's family, friends, it's usually between 20 and 30 people. And it's sit down China. It's, Nick makes prime rib and then all the fixings. Anyhow, here you can see what we make every year. But that's always a big part of our holidays. So I thought, you know what? I don't think I've ever made, a list of our Christmas dinner menu. So that was the first list that we did. And this type of list could apply really to anything. Maybe you do a big Easter brunch and you have a certain foods that you always make. Or maybe you do a potluck 4th of July, and maybe everybody brings their certain things. Food is a big part of our lives, right? We need it to survive, but it's also a big part of social gatherings. So you could take this concept and apply it to any kind of, list. As it relates to food. Maybe you have grandkids and they are very particular about what they eat. So this could say Johnny's menu, and it may say macaroni and cheese, and it may say chicken nuggets, dino nuggets. It may say goldfish crackers. I don't know, whatever it is. But you can kind of take that idea for a menu list and apply to lots of different things. And that is A lot of what we do, you guys, it may not apply to you. You may be like, yeah, well, you know what, Christmas night, we like to order pizza. So this may not apply to you, but the concept of keeping a list of the different foods that are maybe your favorite dishes or your kids' favorite dishes or your coworkers or I don't know, whatever it is, can apply to lots of other things. So sometimes we think outside of the box if I've come up with a list topic that doesn't necessarily work for you. All right, so that was the first one. The second one, now we started a brand new insert because I was done. We started a brand new insert. We're going to go back to that insert though here in just a sec. The second list that we did was a list of holiday favorites. So we do favorite lists quite often because that's an easy one, right? Your favorite colors, your favorite flowers, your favorite, I mean, if you go back to the idea book or you go back to all of the videos I've done over the last almost 4 years, you would see that we do lots of different types of favorites lists. But what I thought would be fun for the holidays was to do a kind of favorite holiday Christmas list. So my favorite holiday song, movie, ornament, food, candy, cookie, decoration, smell, tradition, cartoon. So you can get really granular like this when it comes to a favorites list. Actually, I guess this wouldn't be as granular. This would maybe be like the 5,000 foot level. Granular would be maybe your favorite Christmas songs, and then you'd list all your favorite Christmas songs, but that was using the favorite stamp set. Over here, so I did a little bit more work to this one after we were done. I had used those hearts. Those are from Ellie's Studio, and you can see what I used. They're on the website. But I used those hearts and had them kind of hang like little ornaments. And that's how I left it. I don't think I had outlined them. I don't recall, but I outlined them with my black pen to kind of make them pop against that pink. And then I went back and added those little Christmas word strip stickers to just kind of add a little bit more detail to that page. So that was our second list. That you can see on the website now. It's under, you would see it either under favorite stamp or you'd see it under the hearts. And then the third list that we did was a to-do list. Oh, thank you, Scrapbook Sister. And you know what? I think there are probably many of you have already said this because you guys are very good about this. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. That is, that's super helpful. That is the easiest way that you can support any content creator. Anybody that you're following on YouTube or on Pinterest. Well, I don't think you can like on Pinterest. I don't know, can you? I don't remember. Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, whatever all the things are. Reels, just like is awesome. So if you haven't liked, please like. Last one was our to-do list. So a to-do list is a really fun time capsule list to make. You may be making to-do lists all the time, but usually you don't decorate them. No, don't get me wrong. Not all of my to-do lists are decorated, but I do think it's fun every once in a while to do a to-do list like this as part of my listing traveler's notebooks because this is very much a time capsule. If I had a to-do list from when I was in college, I guarantee you would look totally different than that. If I had a to-do list when I was a new mom, would look totally different than that. Look at it this way. If I had one of my mother's, Mom, are you still here? To-do lists from when she was 40, how cool would that be? Or when I had one of my grandmother's to-do lists from 1957, how cool would that be? So a lot of times we like this because it gives us a lot of joy doing the creating, but it's a time capsule. Later on in life, you look at this and you're like, oh my gosh, do you remember that? Or I remember when it was my mother-in-law's 80th birthday and we did a really cool present for her and the whole family. Anyhow, something like that. So those were the three lists that we did last week. Last and whatever. Those were the three lists that we did when we were together 2 weeks ago. Sometimes I just have to slow it down. Slow it down, Layle. Hi, Susan. Are those icon stamps that are the bullets on the to-do list? Actually, those are the, because I'm going to use those in my first list today as well. Those are the mini icon holiday stamps. So you see me use kind of two different types of bullet stamps. The mini icons I'll use in larger kind of areas like this as bullets. Maybe if I know something kind of won't fit on a single line, or if I'm making a vertical list. So vertical list, icon list, or icon item, icon item, icon item. So that's where you primarily are seeing me, and will continue to see me use the mini icons. Where you see me use the bullet stamps, and actually this one is also a vertical list, but if I have a little bit of a smaller area that I'm working in, or more things I need to fit on my list, I'm using my little bullet stamps. So definitely smaller. You really see me use my bullet stamps when, oh, there's another, using those mini icons. Those are the winter, that's from the winter mini icons. Goodness. There's another one using the ornament from the mini icon holiday. But I'm looking for, oh, there we go. Here's an example of how I probably most often am using the bullet stamps when I do what I call a run-on list. So you'll see there's a little thumbtack, an item on my list, thumbtack. I'm not doing a vertical list. I need something to differentiate each item on my run-on list. That was a great question, Susan. All right. Okay, so let's get started. Now, kind of before we can get started, something happened at the end of the time, well, in the middle of the time we were together last. I ended my new insert, not my new one. I ended the insert I'd been working on, right? So, first of all, this happened, and this had actually been happening for quite a while. This is not unusual for this to happen. This is a brand new insert. Look how thin it is. This is an insert that is now full. Look how thick it is. Eventually, that cover is just going to pop off. It's going to pop off because those poor little staples can only hold so much, right? So my cover popped off. And that happens every time. And I embrace it because what I like to do is once an insert is done, I take off the cover and then I completely take it apart. So I pull out those staples, I take it apart, and then I recover it. So there is a video out here on my YouTube channel where I show you that process, and I show you a couple of different ways that you can do that. One of the other reasons, though, I like to do that, even if the cover didn't come off, do you see now how those pages are sticking out the outside of the cover? So they're not protected anymore. They're not protected anymore because there's so much bulk here. Whereas here it held them all, but here too much bulk, they pop out. Well, they're not protected. So that's another benefit I get by recovering it. I can define the width of my cover because that's just a 12 by 12 piece of scrapbook paper. I can make it wider so now it protects all those little pages inside. Okay, so anyhow, don't be alarmed that that came off because that's normal. That is normal. That's a good thing. That means chunky, chunky, chunky. Tracy said she loves chunky TN inserts. Yes, chunky is, I don't know, chunky, that adjective is only good, in my opinion, in a couple of instances. A chunky traveler's notebook insert, a chunky baby, chunky ice cream, sometimes chunky peanut butter. Beyond that, chunky is kind of a different, you know. I think, who was it? What's his name? One of the guys, I'm totally drawing a blank. Like, he has a song out called Chunky, and he's talking about how he loves chunky women. Someone will remind me. Someone will remind me. Oh, chunky, yes, chunky chocolate chip. Yeah, right. But you guys know what I'm saying, right? Sometimes chunky, yeah, is used with other things. All right, so when I started my new insert last, my current-ish, I guess, my last insert, oh, Tabitha, I love it. Tabitha says she kind of likes chunky guys. You know what? There's something about, maybe it's, I don't know, Tabitha. I think in my head, we've never met, but are you petite? Like, not vertically challenged. Are you, I don't know how tall you are. Oh, for me, I'm 5'10", and I am not a thin thing. I'm not a thin girl. Never have been, never will be. So I like men. Nick is 6'2". He is larger than me. I like that because it makes me feel small, and I'm not a small person. But I wonder if that's kind of thing that it makes you feel like protected. Tabitha, yep, 5'2". Okay, maybe. Interesting. I don't know. I may be putting too much in your head. Just a girl and her paper. Lindsay H said, LOL, a dad bod is way better than a super muscular bod. And this is where we say, you know what? You do you. Oh, Tabitha says, yes, he has to be larger than me. Fun. Stacy's vertically challenged, 5'1" on a big hair day. Stacy, did you see that you won? I'm not, I may have missed it. Okay, let's get back to the task at hand here. So when I first started my last insert, that was on September 16th, which was a Saturday. I know that because I dated it, right? So I like to do something to start a new insert. I also like to do something to end an insert. So those are the first things that we need to do very quickly. Those are just the things we're gonna do. I need to end this insert and I need to start this insert. So I think what we'll do today, because I'm already an hour in, let's do this. Let's start the new insert and then maybe next week we'll end this insert, just so we're not doing both at the same time. How about that? All right, so to start an insert, there are a couple of different stamp sets that I have that we can use to start a new insert. You have beginning and end. You have, I think I'm going to use beginning and end, but I thought I'd just pull these other ones out as examples. And then one more would be called right here. All right, so a couple of different stamp sets that you can use to start a new insert. The beginning and end, that is what I used here. That says just start. And then I paired that with the perpetual calendar. So perpetual calendar, this is fun. I saw this on Etsy and reached out to the business. It was a small business and said, I really love this concept of this perpetual calendar. So that's what it would look like. So I love that. And I would be very interested in purchasing a license for that. And they said, you bet. So now I released the stamp. What I did there, though, the idea of a perpetual calendar is you have one calendar for everything. So you stamp your calendar and then you use the coordinating little shape stamps to then identify Saturday, September 16th. So you can kind of get it all in one, which is nice when you're working in a smaller space. So that one I use beginning and end and then perpetual calendar. In the past, I have used the listing with Layle stamp set is also a way to start a new insert. And then also have used the right here. So the right here is designed with lots of little different icons that you could stamp an icon there, stamp an icon there, and then stamp your little lines and do your kind of intro. So all of those on the website, you will see examples of all of those used if you look at those stamps on the website. But I think today I might just do this one and maybe we'll do just the beginning because that kind of actually is very fitting for today because it's kind of just the beginning. It's a new insert and it is also also kind of a new year. Runs of sarcasm and coffee. I love that. Everyone needs to hear that. Said, this is the most fun I have had in a very long time and it was much needed. Well, runs off sarcasm. I love that. And there's years worth of videos if you want to go back. And you can have lots of fun for a long time. Just kidding. But you can always move forward with this too. Wanda's 5 foot and a chunky monkey, just not as chunky as I was in 2022. What stamp set is the perpetual calendar? And Alexis, it's the perpetual calendar. That's what it's called. Perpetual calendar. That's that stamp set. It's a little 3x4. Hi, Teresa. Hello, checking in while at work. Yikes, it's a busy day, so I will miss a lot. Boo-hoo. Teresa, sorry you'll have to miss, but you can always catch the replay, right? And Kelly said, I love that right here. Okay, so we're going to use this guy. Let's look. Let's see. I have a couple of different collections I was planning on using today, so maybe I will pull out Noteworthy. I'd like to have a little background here. Let's look for a little background. I had pre-cut this because I was going to use it for the packaging for the What a Day stamp set and then ended up not using it. So if I wanted, I could just go with that. That would be easy. That would be quick, right? So that is that came out of the Noteworthy 6x8 paper pad. So if you're kind of newer to listing with me, I typically am using 6x8 paper pads for all of my lists. I use a traveler's notebook insert that is standard wide. So standard wide is 5 inches wide by 8.25 inches tall. So 5 by 8-ish, right? And you take a 6 by 8 piece of paper, you just have to cut off a little bit and the pattern is scaled to what we need. So that's primarily what you see me using. So if I use that, then I would just need a little bit of patterned paper. These, even though they look like they're super wide, they're sized to fit in your insert, right? So just the beginning would work there. I'd have enough room for just a little bit of white cardstock. And then I kind of need something to fill in all this other space around it, right? So let's look and see. Hang on. What if we doing it? We're doing it. Okay. Totally changed my mind. Totally changed my mind with what we're going to do. And let me tell you why. Here, if I had used this, and I still could use something super basic like this, or even kind of basic like this. What I was running into was, if I do just the beginning right here, nothing wrong with that, but I kind of have all this extra space going on. So I could certainly add embellishments to that. If I use something like this and did just the beginning right here, it's kind of already decorated for me, right? Or if I use this and put it there and type just the beginning right there, I think now that I see that, I think I'm going to go with this guy instead of this guy. I'll use this for something else, but I think it might get a little kind of crazy busy in there. So I think that's what I'm going to do. So let's do it. Let's do it. Now, you don't have to start. Hang on. Sorry, friends. Don't mind that, I just forgot to get the trimmer out. You do not have to start a special page when you start a new insert, or if you are just starting listing with us, okay? If you're just starting listing with us, you may be starting brand new right here. You have a decision to make. You could be doing what I do, something like this, where you're kind of dating or decorating, this is where you're going, and then start your listing on subsequent pages, or you could just start your listing right here. I stopped doing my listing right here on the first page because I would get so many questions about, well, I don't want to just start a list there. I want to like intro, like I want to have an intro page, but I don't know what to do. That's how we've gone through the evolution of those kind of 4 different stamp sets that I showed you that could be used on an intro page, but you don't have, you can just jump right in. You can just jump right in. All right. So, I always, when I'm working with a 6 by 8 paper and I'm looking for a background, because it's 8 inches tall and this is 8.25, I'm a quarter short, which is good. I want it to be a quarter short because then I get a little bit of nice white border around, which tells me I need to trim this guy to 4 3/4. Because if my width is 5 and I trim to 4 3/4, I now have a nice white border all the way around. Okay. Now, don't leave this guy. I mean, don't throw this guy away because there's some fun things you can do with the little piece that you cut off. Let's just take a quick look at, because we did that here we go. We did that in December. So I don't remember, was that on the back side? It wasn't. I had used that paper. So I had used the stripe here, but I had a piece like this that was left over. So right on my next list, I just used that leftover piece as a nice little border and then kind of added a little definition with the piece of washi. So these pieces that you have left when you cut down, they're not garbage. You should totally save those because then you could do something like this for a future list. Like, look at, I could put those 2 together if I wanted. Okay, so as we work, I try to do that. I try to talk about things that go through my head because all of that stuff goes through my head as I'm working, but I think it's helpful. I think it's helpful for maybe you guys to hear. Well, you don't want to hear how my brain works by any means, but it might be helpful to understand sometimes the reasoning behind why a designer or somebody does something or doesn't do something. All right, so here we go. This will go here. I think what I have to decide. Do I want to do a black, just the beginning? I would either do black. I think I'm going to do that black right there. I think that will be nice and prominent. Let's do that. Okay. Oh, don't mind me. Don't mind me. It just may take me a little bit to think of things today. I need black ink. So let's get that. And then I need a stamping block that is a little bit wider. Does that fit? Nope, not at all. All right. Let's put that off to the side and let me get a wider stamping block. Friends, I have a lot of different stamping blocks in my stash. We were talking earlier. To me, it's really important to have the right tool for the job, especially when it comes to something like this. If I only have one stamp block, I kind of have to go with the lowest common denominator. I need to have something that's fairly large so it will work with everything. I can't have something small. If I have something small, it would never work for that. But I like to have different size stamping blocks. So you see my little, these are the ones I use most often. But then, see, I'm just like you guys, I promise. Look at all of those different stamping blocks. But usually if I need a bigger one, this is what I use. Oh, Mimi, thank you. Yep, let's do a quick hydration break, friends. How about some water this time? How about some water? April said sidebar. Can you give me the dimensions on the standard wide? Because I don't know where to go to look it up. I usually use standard TNs for everything. I know you use wide. So yes, April, I will answer your question, but I will also tell you, on my website, every insert that I carry, there is an image that I created as a secondary image of that product. I don't know why I got out of breath all of a sudden. There's an image that I show you that has side-by-sides rectangles of all the different types of inserts. So that visual would be really helpful. Standard wide is super easy. It's the same height as a standard. So standard is 8.25. So your standard and your standard wide are both going to be 8.25. And let me just grab a quick visual here. This would be a standard, okay? That is a standard insert. It is 8.25 tall. It is 4.33 wide. Okay, so standard, 4.33 by 8.25. Standard wide, look at that. Standard wide is 8.25, the same height, right? But it's wide, so it is 5 inches. So actually, well, here, let me just do this here because then it'll be easier for you to see the difference. There's the difference. Don't pay attention to the short, but that's the difference, which is about, it's almost 3/4 of an inch. So if you're working with a spread, that gives you an extra 1.5 inches. So it's actually quite a bit wider. And I've just always, not always, but I'd say 99% of what I use is a standard wide. And those are my inserts. My Layle by Mail inserts are standard wide. But great question. Great question. Noelle, this brings me back to elementary school. When using notebooks, we always did something the first page. Often my dad would make a drawing for me to color. I love that. I love it. Okay. So thank you, Stacy. So interesting. Kathy said, I believe a standard wide is also called a Cahier insert. So Kathy typed Cahier. That is pronounced Cahier, like yippee-ki-yay. I learned that because I've used kind of the reference, a standard wide to a Cahier. But for years I called it a Cahier. And one lady, once I was teaching in class, came up to me after and said, I just wanted to let you know, it is pronounced Cahier instead of Cahier. And she said, like yippee-ki-yay. And I'm like, oh my gosh, thank you. I had no idea. I believe that Cahier means notebook, I believe. So you kind of have to be a little bit careful about saying a standard wide is a Cahier because for Moleskine, their Cahier size, yes, that is a standard wide. But other people may refer to a Cahier as something different. So your best bet, anytime you're shopping for any kind of notebook, instead of referring to the name, is to look at the dimension, because the dimension will tell you what it is you're looking for. Just kind of a little sidebar, just kind of a little public service announcement. Yes, French. Thank you, Anna. French for notebook. Yeah. So, like I said, Moleskine, Cahier, their Cahier size for that brand is a standard wide. But I don't know that for every company, because it means notebook. It could take kind of anything they want from it. Oh, I know that Haiji Huga, whatever it is. I know that one I can't wrap. That one I can't wrap my head around, April. I still can't figure out how to Huga. Yeah, I don't know. I can't wrap my head around that. Haiji sounds very calming to me. Huga does not sound calm to me, like the name is supposed to imply. Anyhow, we're off on a tangent. Let's get back to, I mean, it's good. I like tangents, but you guys know I'll take tangents sometimes really far. All right, so I am pulling out, this is a nested set of stamping blocks. I used these for a really long time, because for a long time, this is what I carried on my website. I still carry these. This is a great product, because it will get you the 4 different sizes. So this should pretty much cover, I would say, the majority of your stamping needs. But I don't use these as often anymore, but that guy I for sure use, because when I need something big, that's what I need. So let's put those off to the side, and let's grab our, just the beginning. Now, if you've been with me for a while, this is a broken record that I talk about every single time I'm stamping. Well, this isn't the broken record part, but I find the easiest way to place your stamp on your stamping block is to not place your stamp on the block, but to place your block on the stamp. It is a lot easier to get your stamp lined up where you want it to be, especially if it's a little small stamp, on your work surface, and then pick it up with your stamping block like that, than it is to, and sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. Let me do that again. I need to be paying attention when I do that. I can't just pick it up. There we go. Ish. Don't mind me. I need to get closer. So I have bird's eye view. I stand when I am working. There we go. I stand so that I can see that things are straight. But if it's in front of me, I'm not getting quite that bird's eye view. So I just needed to move it here. Anyhow, I find that is the best way to get at least for me, a straight stamp on my stamping block. Like I said, especially if it's like a little short word strip, so it doesn't end up getting high at the end or low at the end. The broken record part. I have used this stamp set before, so it has already been conditioned or primed. That is, in my opinion, the most important thing that you can do to be happy with stamping, to be a successful stamper, is to have conditioned or primed your stamps before you use them. Nobody told me this. Nobody ever told me this. I always thought something was wrong with me. I thought there was some secret stamping club that I wasn't invited to. I could never figure out why my stamps didn't look right. And for me, right, that's very much up me, I wanted my stamps to look nice and filled in. Let's see here. I wanted my stamps to look nice and filled in, okay? Like this N. See how that N is nice and filled in? I like that look. I like it nice and everything is just, the ink is all there and it looks really good. That's how I prefer them. Let me see if I have an example here. All right. Do you see here? Do you see on that OCT, that October? Do you see how the ink is really blotchy? The ink is really blotchy there, and I'm just going to use this as an example because that was a different reason. The ink is really blotchy because I probably had not conditioned that stamp yet. And again, that's not what happened here. I'm just using as a visual example. I want it to look like that, where it's nice and solid. That doesn't look like it. Nothing wrong with that, but I prefer this over that. So the reason why that happens 99% of the time is you have not conditioned or primed your stamp before you used it. Important part of the process that is not really talked about anywhere is when you're using a photopolymer stamp, that's the way that the stamp is, the material and the way that it's made. That manufacturing process leaves a very thin layer, invisible to the eye, of a thin layer on your stamp. So when you go to apply your ink to that stamp and that thin invisible layer is on there, in some areas it's preventing the ink from adhering, if you will, right, sticking to the stamp. That's where you might see something like that. So if you've had something like that happen and you're stamping and you're like, why does it do that? What's wrong with me? How come no one else's looks like that? Mine does. That's most likely the reason, because you haven't primed or conditioned your stamp yet. Time for the fan again. So super easy way to do that. And again, I've already done that to this set of stamps. Kind of part of my workflow is when I get a brand new set of stamps, before I use them, I will come in and condition them all at the same time, just because then I know it's done. And the way that I do that, and this is just my process, there's a couple of different ways that you can do this. I take a block eraser, just a white block eraser, and you gently erase. Now, I am not going back to 3rd grade where I'm trying to erase the wrong answer on my spelling test, and I have erased it so hard I get all the little like eraser tailings and I erase a hole in the paper, right? I'm not trying to erase anything here. All I'm trying to do is just get rid of that thin layer. So I do that, and I take a little bit more time, but I'd go do that and get all that off. I can't see it. I just kind of get it off. So I've done that. Then I take my little stamp chamois, or I take a damp paper towel, and I would come in and then wipe all that off, right? I want to wipe any little eraser remnants off of there because I don't want those to be on there. If they're on there and I apply my ink, then my ink is not going to adhere or stick to the place where there's a little eraser tailing. Super important part of that process is you need to dry that stamp before you apply ink to it, especially if you're using a pigment-based ink. Pigment-based inks are water reactive. So if my stamp is even the tiniest bit moist, I know that's a word that not everybody loves, but if it has a tiny bit of moisture on it, how about that? Has a tiny bit of moisture on it, then that moisture could be interacting with my ink. And if that's not something I want it to do, then I'm probably not going to be happy with the outcome. So I do all of that, but I save myself time by doing an entire sheet of stamps when I first get them, as opposed to going, oh, this is new, I better do all this. Then next week I use this one, oh, I better do all this. A lot easier to do, just kind of right at once. And either when you get them or before you use them the first time. But I had already done that to there. So that is, I think, one of the most important parts that you need to be doing in order to be happy with stamping. And I really wish someone had told me that years ago. Now, you don't have to use that same process that I do. Some people, this is not me, but some people will do this, okay? They'll just do it on their arm and whatever. Now, in my opinion, if you do that, you should really still do this. You should really still clean that off and dry it, because you might have lotion on your arm. You might have, I don't know, dry skin on your arm, and now you've got skin, and that sounds really gross. Maybe you have little skin flakes on your stamp, which that's okay. However, your little skin flakes on your stamp would just be like having eraser tailings on your stamp. Anything that's on that stamp is going to prevent the ink from sticking and make it, it's going to make an impression in your stamp. Then still obviously dry it off. Now, some people will say, forget all that, I don't have time for it. Karen said, why would people not like the word moist? It's a simple adjective. I know, but you know what, Karen, there are some words that people just don't like, and I know that's one of them. Okay, hydration break. So if you do nothing else, if you take nothing else that I share with you today or in any of our Saturdays, please take that one to heart, because not the moist, but that is super important part of the process, I think, for you liking stamping. It was for me. It was huge. It was like, the angels, the clouds parted and the angels sang. So either the process that I just went through, and I have the things on my website, all those things I showed you, so you can do that. You have your own arm or hand, you could do that. Some people will just say, I don't want to deal with any of that. I'm just going to ink it up and then stamp it a bunch of times until it looks good. If you're doing that, obviously that doesn't mean inking it up and stamping it a bunch of times on here. At least for me, it doesn't. That would mean inking it up and stamping it a bunch of times on a piece of scratch paper. So I ink it up and stamp at least once on scratch paper before I do any kind of stamping on my project. Because I feel like it's always important to test. Whoopsie. You want to test to make sure, number one, that it's nice and clean. Ooh, I like what's happening here because now I can show you. Number two, you want to make sure that there's not anything on the stamp. I don't know if you'll be able to see that. There's not anything on the stamp that's going to prevent the ink from sticking. I can see here that there is a little hair. There was a hair that was stuck on there. And I could see that because the first couple times I stamped, I could see the ink wasn't adhering. So that should help me kind of doing this process. And I found that before I even test stamped. To eliminate as many potential issues on my project ahead of time, right? I can figure out if there's any issues ahead of time, like that little thing being there. So I ink that up well. I can already see I haven't inked enough well in that area because I could see it was a little bit see-through looking. And then I would just come in here, okay? And I'm just gonna press down. Let's make sure that looks pretty good. I can tell I do have a few areas that aren't quite filled in, but that's because I wasn't applying even pressure, so I'm good. I feel good about that. It looks like everything's lined up. This, I think, is also an important part of your process if you are using individual letter stamps to spell a word. This is a time to make sure that you've spelled the word correctly. Whoops, sorry, sometimes I get too high there. It's a good time to make sure that you've spelled the word correctly. Sometimes you can't see it here, but when you see it in print, that's when you go, oh my goodness, I'm so glad that I saw that. I spelled it incorrectly, you know, in our theoretical, hypothetical example. All right, so now I'm thinking I'm gonna like the way that looks. I think this will go right here, and that'll be perfect. Like that line is just, I think this paper is gonna work out really well for that. So we want to come back in again. Obviously, I shouldn't say obviously. I need to make sure to re-ink that because there's not enough ink on there for me to stamp again unless I wanted to do some kind of like second generation stamping. And I'll show you what I mean by that in just a sec. I want to make sure I get that nice and inked up. And we're going to come right here, get that out of the way. And I want to do this pretty quickly because I don't want to give that a chance to dry, right? And I'm just going to press down firmly. I don't want to rock it, although this guy's a little bit harder to rock. I don't want to kind of go back and forth like that because then I'll end up spreading the stamp along the top and the bottom, which would then kind of flatten it and make it look a little bit wider than I probably would want it. Okay, there we go. Just the beginning. That I think is like perfect there. It's like perfect. I love it. I'm very happy with that there. Okay. So there we go, just the beginning. Now I want to, let me show you, see what I meant by second generation stamping. And I'll do it really quick because it's dried a little bit now. A second generation stamping is where I would stamp again, but not re-ink. And that's not gonna quite look right because I didn't get a very good. But that is where I would stamp again and not re-ink. So it would just give me kind of a lighter version of the same thing. And some people like to do that. Some people like to layer. Well, here's kind of an example. This would be a first generation stamp. So I inked and then stamped and then immediately stamped again without re-inking. So you can see how same stamp, but it's a little bit lighter. That's what a second generation stamp would be. You just don't re-ink in between. So generally I like that. So I want to make sure to ink. Now I want to clean this off right away. It's just a good habit to get into. I know sometimes it stops your creative process by having to clean right away, but if you don't want to do it like right now, you want to make sure to just clean your stamps. Clean your stamps. It's kind of like the dishes in your kitchen. If you eat spaghetti and you put the dirty dish in the kitchen sink and then you don't clean it until tomorrow, well, tomorrow it's going to be a lot harder to clean, right? Same here. If you clean it while it's still wet, easy to get the ink off. If you wait and try to get the spaghetti off the next day, you got to work a little bit harder. But also good idea to clean it and then get it put away. So later you're not going, where is that stamp? Because you didn't put it away. You left it on here and then you put this guy away and then next month or whenever it is you want to use that stamp, you're like, shoot, I don't know where it is. All right, so let's see. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep this super simple here. I am going to do my little outlining because, you know, that's just par for the course. That's what I got to do. I got to do that on everything. So I do my little outlining here. I for sure want to date this. Now, I'd like to have a little bit more of a decorative, it's kind of plain, right? I mean, still, it's cute, right? Basic, cute. This worked out really well with that piece of paper. I don't have to too much worry about decorating that. But what I might want to do is, let's just look. This is the Noteworthy sticker book. So let's see if, I know there are a little sheet of flowers, or let's look. So flowers or, oh, I don't know. I got it. I know what I want to do. Not this. I think I would like to come in. I might do the flower. Oh, this could be cute. Maybe just this little guy right here, right? Maybe just this little cute daisy-ish looking flower. This could go. Maybe. Here, we're gonna put it right there for a second. I will use it, but I wanna figure out the date first, because to me it's important to date it, right? I need to date it. So what I was thinking, I have all of these little label stickers here. So I could stamp my little date on one of those potentially, or I'm just looking at where I would put that. So let's just, let's figure this out, what we think we might do here. What if, I don't know. If that, okay, I don't think I want to use that color because it blends, right? It completely blends in. It looks like I have this weird little half sticker. So I won't do that one. But I could do, maybe if we did this pink one, maybe we'll do the subtle pink one over here. Let's try it. Let's just try it if we did that here. Or we could also flip it like this. I don't know. See, I don't think that, it just feels like it's forced. This thing feels like it's forced. So I think what I just might do is just pop this little guy here. I think I'm going to abandon that. So we'll put that back on the sticker sheet. And then I think I might just come in with my roller date stamp. Now, roller date stamp. Just as we talked about making sure to test your stamp before you do anything, we want to make sure that we also test our roller date stamp, because I was working with this all this week. I was documenting for the Document Your Travels e-course. One of the ways I was documenting our big trip that Nick and I did this year was a postcard mini book. And I was using my roller date stamp to date each of kind of the pages. May 30th, 2023. I got to make sure that I test that. I obviously want to roll this, right? So I am now in January, and I'm on January 6th. And the one thing that, especially a new year, don't get caught in this. If I don't test it, what if I got sidetracked and forgot to change to 2024? Hopefully, by my doing my little test stamp, if that was the case, I would recognize that. So I don't think you can underestimate the value of doing a test all the time. Okay, whoops. There we go, January 6th, 2024. So, well, actually, now that I think about this, I'm not going to date it January 6th, 2024, because guess what? Really, this one should be December 23rd, because that's when it started. Okay, let's go back. December 23rd is when I started this insert, which is interesting because that said it said May 23rd. Anyhow, don't mind me. Okay, let's go back. Let's just do this real quick. December 23rd, 2023, that looks good. So I think that I'm just going to put this right next to the G. I think I'm just going to put this right next to the G, kind of right here. Whoopsie. All right, so look what I did. Do you see? I set it down and then moved a little bit. So guess what I'm gonna do? I'm doing some second generation stamping to make it look like I meant to do that, right? There was no way I was gonna start this page over, and I could have left it. It looked fine. Hopefully you guys could have seen, hopefully you could see that before I fixed it. But I bobbled it just a little bit. So I decided to run with it, right? And do second generation stamping. So that was not on purpose. Although I should have said, so I just did that on purpose so I could show you it live what I meant when I was talking about second generation stamping earlier. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Okay, so that guy's done. So we're gonna go ahead and just pop this little guy in there and it's ready to go. So that is how I have started out my, that's how I've started out my insert. And like I said, next week I will, we'll do the same thing, but we'll end the last insert. All right, so there we go, just the beginning, December 23rd. All right, now we are ready to start listing. Well, we've kind of been, we've been playing, but really dig into our first list. So while I put these things away, I'm going to talk about that. So that was a single page list, right? That was a single page list. The next list I'm doing is not a single page list. It is a double page list. In fact, all three lists I'm doing today are double page lists, which means this page is not going to get used today. I will come back at some point and use that page for a single page list. Now, what that means is it will not be in chronological order. This could come back and this might be a list in March. That's okay. That does not bother me. I'm not worried about that happening. But if it is you and you're worried about this happening, just take what would be your one-page list and turn it into a two-page list. You could put a piece of pattern paper there and decorate it, or you could do another kind of wrap up Christmas list here or something so that you were then working with a double. But that's why I'm going to turn the page right here. All right, let's move these things off to the side for a minute. The first list that we're going to do, because this is the first Saturday that we are together of a brand new month, we are doing About Last Month. Hi, Creative Cindy. We are doing About Last Month for the month of December. About Last Month is a list that I have been doing now almost 4 years. It is a list that I do every month, the start of a new month. So we're in January, which means I would do About Last Month for December. If you have the Layle by Mail idea book and you are not kind of certain what the About Last Month is, oh, I haven't, hang on. About Last Month, page 18. This will show you all of my About Last Months and the evolution from when I started doing it, September of 2020, all the way through the end of 2023, or excuse me, end of 2022, because that's when this idea book ended. You'll also on the blog, and you'll see this every month, every time that we do an About Last Month list, I am kind of explaining it a little bit on the blog and giving you a link to a little bit more information about it. So About Last Month, that is where I add some photos and I add a big run-on list of just what happened. This is a great way for me to remember all the things that happened, okay? Sometimes there's more that happens in a month. Sometimes there's less that happens in the month. It just depends, right? So I can go back now to, let's say, September of 2021, and I can tell you all the things that happened in September of 2021, because I can refer to my About Last Months. So this is kind of a big time capsule again, right? That concept of a time capsule is definitely present in About Last Month. Let me show you what like our last one looked like, for example, for the month of November. Oh, there's November. So for a full year, I am pretty much using the same formula. So for the month, or excuse me, for 2023, every month I am using for the month, or for the year of 2020, for the year of 2023. For 2023, for every About Last Month that I do, I have used the About Last Month 2023 stamp set. So I will use this one more time for December. So that's part of what makes it easy. I'm using the same stamp set every time. The left page pretty much always looks the same because I'm using that same stamp. I do my run-on list, And then the right page, I always have photos. Sometimes I have more photos, sometimes I have less photos, and I'm usually doing a little bit of decoration. So that makes it super approachable. This is a no-brainer list for me to do every month because I don't really have to think about what I'm doing because it pretty much looks the same for an entire year. That changes, what's on my list and what's in the photo changes, but for the most part, it always stays the same. So that is what I'm going to do for December. This is a 5x7 photo. It is comprised of 7 individual photos, 7 smaller photos. I use the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer to do this. The printer prints 3.5x5s, 4x6s, 5x7s, but it has an app that you can use with it called the Epson Creative Print app. That app does all kinds of things, but what I use it for, it has a bunch of pre-configured templates. This was a pre-configured template. Basically, I look at one of the templates that says, oh, you want a 5x7 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 landscape photos? Pick that one. There's a ton of different templates, but this is that is a 5x7, right? It's just that all those little photos, I use the template to put on there. I don't have to have mad Photoshop skills. I don't have to have a special printer to print those little tiny photos because it's really being printed on a 5x7. So through that app, super easy to use. You give it access to your camera roll, and then when you decide the template that you want to use, you just start pushing your photos into that template that you want. This is one of the things that we go over in more detail during the 2024 year in review Traveler's Notebook Project Kit class, because I talk a lot more about my process and how I can easily access these photos because I put them in a special place. And anyhow, but that's what I've done here. What's fun about this is I can use this as a 5x7, but if I just need little small photos, I could take out my trimmer and I'd have little small photos. It's an easier way to do little small photos too. First thing I need to do though, this is a 5x7. We had talked earlier that my Traveler's Notebook insert is a standard wide. So it is 5, right? So 5, and this is 5, it should be okay, but it's going to be a little bit wider. I need to trim it a little bit. The reason I need to trim it a little bit is because of my little staples. Any way that it's bound, it's going to take away a couple of millimeters. So I'm a little bit too wide here, so I need to trim that. That's what I'm going to do first. I am going to trim that down just so it fits. And obviously those aren't by any means all the photos I took in December. Those are just representative. Those are the ones that I picked out that I wanted to have here. So I need to trim that down just a tad, just a hair bit more, just a little bit. And you can print it to have those little borders between your photos or not. That's an option too with that app. So that is going to go down first. So I always start with the photo. The photo goes down first, and then I build from there. I better look at the chat because I haven't looked at the chat in a little while, I think. So let me get this down, and then I will look at the chat. Okay, that's usually what I do. About leave a little bit room at the top and the bottom. Marilee said, second generation stamping, a new hack turns into a happy mistake, right? Hi, Gabby, nice to see you. Pamela, Layle, when are you going to print a book for the 2023 list? It is in the works, Pamela. So obviously I have to always wait until the year is over. So 2023 is now over. I am actually going to LA next weekend for like 5 or 6 days for a meeting with Amy to go over kind of some plans, new product plans, lots of things, a planning session, inspiration, buying trip, whatever, for 2024. But part of that process is working on the 2023 idea book. So the goal right now is that will be ready to go. My goal is that I have it ready to launch for our 4-year listing anniversary, which would be like that 3rd weekend in March. So that's the plan. Hi, Virginia. Virginia said I am late to the party. Guess what, Virginia? You're not. You guys, this is like an open house. You come and go. You're here the whole time. You're not. You watch live. You watch after the fact. You leave early, whatever it is. Open house. You come whenever. I'm just happy to have you. Let's see. Oh, Louisa just got the Epson printer. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Okay, there was some conversation about, oh yeah, back to the pink nail polish. Yes. I'm back to my tried and true. This is, I don't know, I've worn this probably for 7 or 8 years. It's gel. People always ask, so it is, the brand is DND. DND. Like TNT, but it's DND. 601 Ballet Slipper. It's gel, but they also have it in the non-gel formula. But other than December, that's what you're gonna see, because it has to kind of be neutral. Otherwise, it's too distracting for me, and probably you guys too. Okay, so there we go. There's the start. I'm gonna just pull up November, because sometimes it's, even though I do it all the time, sometimes it's nice to have that there. All right, so generally my next step in the process, once I add the photo, is start to figure out how I want to decorate over here. I kind of need to decorate over here, because then that will drive what color ink I'm using over here. So when I do the About Last Months, I don't use any kind of pattern paper. It is always just, I'm doing my list on the insert itself. So I have not pulled out any pattern paper. I pulled out a couple of Simple Stories collections. Those are both Simple Vintage Dear Santa, and that is also Simple Vintage Dear Santa. So what I thought I would go with, I thought I'd go with one of the little cute Santas in there. And then I also pulled out the ephemera from Simple Vintage 'Tis the Season, because I loved all these tickets. So, and I actually never had a chance to use, I never got to use 'Tis the Season this year, because our last listing session on the 30th didn't happen. So I thought, well, I'll grab some of these, because I just love the little tickets. I thought those might be kind of fun to play with. So maybe, even though they're too long, that's all right. I can cut them off. Maybe if we do that, maybe if we did kind of that there and layered those, maybe like that. And then if I pull in a little Santa, I think that's going to be too much Santa, because it's got all the pieces around it. Let me just show you what I mean by that. So as I look at this, I mean, that's cute, but way too big. That doesn't work there. This is cute, but also way too big. And I can't really turn it on its side, because then Santa's laying down on the job, and we can't have that. What I was looking at, I love these layered pieces. They're pretty awesome, because that's what we're doing here, right? I'm having to create the layers, but these are already layered for us. But in this case, they're really not going to work for what I want. So let's say I saw that and I like that. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so cute. I'd love to use that. The problem is, these guys are facing the wrong direction for what I need. I really would need these guys to be facing this way. If these guys were facing this way, then I might be able to make that work. So those aren't going to work. Whoopsie. So I can do a couple things here. Let me pull that guy out for a sec, because there's something I could do with that. Hang on. So drop those on the floor. If you have not been with me before as I'm listing, I plan out very little. This is all just kind of happens live. This is what I plan out. This is this list. Here's my sketch for this list. And that's pretty easy, because I pretty much know what I always want to do. I know what product I think I want to use. Here I knew I wanted to use a ticket and a Santa. But beyond that, I haven't planned out which ticket I want to use, what Santa I want to use, or anything like that. Because it's for me, it's very much an iterative process where I kind of do this. Would that work? Not work? Okay, I need a Santa, but could I use this Santa? Well, I could use this Santa maybe if I fussy cut him, right? Could I use this little Santa if I fussy cut him? I could. He could go there, right? Then I'd need maybe like a little word strip or something there. Oh, so now actually, if I wanted, I could do something like this and actually, look at. So I don't know, that has a lot going on there. That has a lot going on. I could make this guy work because it's narrow enough, but now that's a lot going on. It's kind of like a bunch of words. These words are getting stuck with those words. So I don't think I would use those, but if he's the only Santa I had, I could come in and fussy cut him. So we may end up with that. We may end up fussy cutting him. Let me just get those back in there. So, oh, and that one back in there too. So I can have those next time I need them. All right, sticker book from Dear Santa. There are a lot of Santas here. So instead of fussy cutting, I might as well save that for something else, right? Let's put him back in his little pack here. And let's go to Santa head. Let's see. Susan said maybe use 'Tis the Season for a Christmas in July session. I love it. We've never done that. I've never done that. All right, so now we have a Santa sticker book. So I think we're going to be good there to figure out what it is we want to use. I don't know. I may, okay. I was going to move those, so we'll just keep them there for now. Let's see which Santa. I mean, this is kind of the Santa that I was going for, right? This guy, I don't know that I want him looking that way. So I think it's probably going to be this guy, this little Santa right here. So if he goes there, I need a lot more color variation in here, right? Let's go back to, let's just pop that little guy right there. So Santa's up there. Maybe I need a little bit of green instead of that red. Let's look and see. Ooh, okay, here we go. And that is that Simple Vintage 'Tis the Season ephemera. Those are the ephemera pieces. So if I do this instead, maybe kind of layer like this. And then how does our Santa look on there? Oh, much better. I think that's much better. I'll still find something to go right there, but I feel like that's much better. Just because this red there, that was just, I don't know, a lot. Unless I wanted to do like a triple layer here, right? Unless I wanted to do like a triple layer. I suppose I could do that. Maybe we'll just do that. We'll do a triple layer. All right, before I do that triple layer, there's something I need here though. So I kind of like the way those are all positioned. Now I still need to trim them down, but I'm not going to worry about that yet. I like the way I have those layered. I'm going to grab highlighter tape. Highlighter tape is removable tape. Now, removable tape, most tape is removable, but think about like duct tape. When you remove duct tape, it pulls all kinds of stuff with it. What I don't want to have happen here is I don't want to put tape down there to hold all those together, because if I put tape down there, even sometimes if I put washi down there to temporarily hold them together, it will pull off part of the print or even pull off part of the paper itself. Your removable highlighter tape won't do any of that. It will not pull off any of the paper or pull off any of the ink, because it is meant for like highlighting in a book. So if you have a textbook, you could put this down and highlight certain passages and later pull it right back up and it's not going to affect it. The reason this tape is so awesome for something like this, number one, it is removable, repositionable. So when I use it, I put it on the kind of tape dispenser itself. I'm just going to grab a couple pieces here. What I can use it for is I kind of get those exactly where I want them. Then I can just tape them all together like that. Now I'm going to lift it up in one piece instead of three pieces, okay? So sometimes when you're trying to do your layering and you get it exactly how you want, but then you have to pick all the individual pieces back up and then start adhering them, unless you take a picture, which sometimes I've done, you don't quite get maybe the way that you wanted it layered because you had to pick them all up and individually do them. That way lets me pick it up and treat it as one piece. So now what I would do, I would come in with my little tape runner here, apply my adhesive. Now what I'm going to have to do, because there's only this little tiny bit of that top tag, I will want to, once I get it set, add a little bit more adhesive to it. So now I'll take that as the single piece again, and I think we'll come right about here. Ooh, actually, I would like to trim off, do I want to go to the bottom? I'm going to go right before the bottom. So I'm going to trim right below December 25th. Let's get that done first. Right below December 25th. Now, part of that is stuck because I had already adhered it. So ideally, I would use my tape, then trim, then put my adhesive on the back, but that's okay. All right, so now let's bring this back in, and this would go right about there. And now I just pull off that repositionable tape. That one I'm not gonna save because now it's in all these little pieces. Now I can't get at it with my fingernail. There we go. That guy is removed. Maybe he'll save. And this guy can actually save too. But that last little piece I need to get off. So let's come in here and just pull that last little piece off. Now, remember when I said I needed to come back in and deal with that guy because I only was able to get a little bit of adhesive on it? Let's just hold that kind of in place like that and lift it back up. There we go. I know exactly where it goes because they were all even. All right, so there's my little layer. My little layer. Now I would like to take Santa back. And Santa, we're just going to put, I think, about right there. He's gonna go a little bit on my New Year's photo. I'd like some washi here. So usually I'm putting washi down here along the bottom. Let me go to the chat for a second quick. Blushing Angel Sandy said, will that app work with an HP printer? Blushing Angel Sandy, it will not. The Epson Creative Print app only works with Epson printers. However, there are a number of different apps out there that will do something very similar. That should be kind of printer agnostic. It shouldn't matter what printer it is. I don't use those other apps, so I can't really tell you what they are. I can't really tell you which ones I like, but I know there are people here watching that have used other apps. So friends, if you will, just pop in the chat and let Blushing Angel Sandy know what type of app that you use. One that you could use, Blushing Angel Sandy, that I have used in the past is Project Life. The Project Life app will do that, or something similar. I have a video here on my YouTube channel where I actually show you how to use that app to do something like this. So you could look at that, but there are others that other people I'm sure would be happy to share with you. Kathy said, I never think to fussy cut an embellishment. Oh yeah, right? Just because something comes like this doesn't mean we need to use it like that. Maybe we just want that little Christmas greetings. We'll just cut it off and use what we need. Let's see. Kathy said, Layle, I'm using decorative paper behind my list. What is the size of the white cardstock? So really quickly, let me measure that for you. It usually ends up being about the same thing every time. So let's look. This is what Kathy is referring to. So on this list, I am stamping directly on the page and doing my writing on the page. But on this one, I had a piece of pattern paper down first. So then I use white cardstock. So Kathy, this is 4 inches by 7 1/4. 4 wide by 7 1/4 tall. And then that kind of gives you roughly the same, then pattern paper border all the way around. 4 by 7 1/4. Just a girl on her paper, Lindsay Ace asked a question. And I love it when you guys ask questions, and this is when I squirrel. If you've ever wondered why there's Scatter the Squirrel and you guys are the Squirrel Squad, I squirrel. Sometimes I go off on a tangent, but I like it when you ask questions because then that's how we all learn. So Lindsay just asked, can I ask you why you have washi on your trimmer? This was when I show this every once in a while. I just haven't taken it off yet. Let's say that, okay, I'll make this kind of simple with this guy. Let's say I need a smaller strip of washi. So let's say I wanted to take this and I wanted to pair it with this one. Let's say I wanted to pair those two together. But those are the same width and I didn't want them to be the same width. I wanted a thicker one, then I wanted a thinner one. What I would do is I would take this washi, let me take this off. I would take this washi, and if I needed, let's just say I needed a strip that was like, I don't know, that long. I would rip it off, and then I would decide how wide do I want it to be. Let's just say I want it to be a 1/2 inch wide. So I find the 1/2 inch mark right there on my trimmer, and I line that up on that mark. So I have lined that up to the right of where it cuts, right? It cuts right here. I lined it up to the right of where it cuts, and then I do, oh, I didn't do that. Did I? Oh yeah, no, there we go. That's, well, you're going to be able to see a little bit. There we go. I would really want it thinner than that, but, I mean, not thinner than this one, but thinner than the other one. There's now my little strip of washi, or here's my narrower strip of washi. So let me just make that more obvious because, whoopsie, bear with me. bear with me. I think you get the gist, but let me just go over that one more time where I make it a little bit less narrow. All right, here we go. So here, it's just going to be that strip. We'll put it right there, and let's say that I want it about in half. That'll do. There we go. So now I have a much thinner strip of washi, but it is straight. If you ever try to do that with a trimmer, I mean not a trimmer, like with your scissors, you'll never get it straight. That's an easy way to get narrower washi if you need, and have it be a nice straight strip like that. All right, let's see. Tape runner. Oh yes, Diane. Refills. Yeah, this is my ride or die. This is what I use for all of my, any kind of tape runner. Most of my adhesive, this is what I use, and it's refillable. And yes, I have them on the website. Okay, so now going back to washi, I would like to have a strip down here, but generally when I'm doing that, I usually have two little strips. So I think what I'd like to do, I had pulled this guy to potentially use. I had pulled this guy to potentially use. And I had also pulled this. So this is from Simple Vintage Dear Santa. And what I wanted to maybe work with was this guy, that Black Merry and Bright. So I think what we're going to do here is we probably won't use this guy because I think it'll be too narrow. But if I use those two together, maybe, I don't know, let's see. Let's see what it looks like. Now, I can come back to my little handy dandy stamping notebook here where I kind of do lots of things in. And I could test it here first to see if I like it. If I put a little piece of this down with a little bit of this. I think I'm going to like that contrast the black brings. Oh, I see, look at, I think I like those two together. So this is, the Merry and Bright is from Simple Vintage Dear Santa. And this guy is on the website as well, but I do not remember what it's called. So if you search Christmas washi, you would probably find it. And if you don't find it, shoot me an email and say, hey, what's that kind of the Christmassy looking washi that you use? And I'll say, oh, and then I'll find it. Okay, but I think I did, duh, Layle. I put it, it's linked in the what I'm using. So if you click that link in the description box of the video, or if you go to the website and click on what I'm using, then you'll see that. It's linked there. I gotta try to make things easy, right? All right, so there we go. If we put that there, and then I just need to kind of tear that off. Usually it's a good idea if I figure out what washi I'm using first and put it down first so that I'm not doing this, trying to lift those things up, but it's okay. Come on. Oh, now I need to do that for the black too. And then this little guy, it actually can kind of sit right on top of that because it felt like it was a little bit too high. All right. There we go. All right. One thing that I want to do, I want to come in and I need to break this connection here. So the washi is one continuous strip. I actually don't want to use my scissors. I want to separate that so it is now in two because, excuse me, the more full my traveler's notebook gets, the harder this will get when it's still connected. So I just need to cut those apart. And I'm just taking my little craft knife there and right there. So now it can move, right? It can move as needed because it's kind of each on its own independent page. All right, so there we go. So now I've got my decorating down here, and now I'm ready to decide what kind of, or what color of ink I want to use because I've kind of, my colors picked here. Now you probably say, well, duh, Layle, you knew you were going to use red and green because it's for December. And I'd say, well, duh. However, yes, you're correct. However, there are so many different shades of red and green. So I kind of needed to settle there, and then I could pick what red and green that I want to use. with the stamp set, with this stamp set, the 2023 about last month, you have option for 3 different colors, really, when you're stamping, because there are 3 different stamps. There's December. Oh, golly. Oh my goodness. That flew off the page and was like 2 feet away from me on the floor. You also have 2023, and you also have 2 options on this guy in terms of how you want to kind of label it. You have one called About Last Month and one called Month in Review. I always use About Last Month because that's what I've always called it. But I listened to you guys. And after I did the first year of this stamp set back in 2022, I had some requests to do kind of something a little bit more generic if you didn't want to call it About Last Month, Month in Review. So I also carried that through to the 2024 set. Okay, so I have 3 different stamps, which means I have options for 3 different colors. Let's grab my swatches. These are my ink swatches. With your ink swatches, well, I have a lot of ink, okay? I have a lot of ink, and that reminds me. I don't think that's up on the website yet. Tim Holtz announced he has 1 more, and if I read it correctly, only 1 more. The final release of Distress Color. That is coming this month. So later this afternoon, I will have that up on the website, and we don't know what color it is yet. So it's a mystery color until it's released, but I'll have that up on the website if you like to get those. Anyhow, so I have a lot of different color of inks. These are all Distress Oxides because that's what I primarily use. It is a personal preference for me. I have swatched all of my ink colors because it is much easier to have all my little ink colors in a swatch here. That's using the my Swatch This Inks stamp. But it's a lot easier for me to bring this down and look at, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, really kind of 6 potential reds, really 7. I have 7 reds. It's much easier for me to pull all these out and lay them right here to see which one I want, as opposed to get all 7 little ink things out. But I think I might, so Lumberjack Plaid, that was his newest red. Candied Apple is too bright. I think Barn Door is a little bit too bright for there. Crackling Campfire, beautiful, but way too orange for this. Festive Berries, a little bit too bright. Fired Brick. I don't know. I think it's going to be between Fired Brick and Lumberjack Plaid. So let's kind of do that. Fired Brick and Lumberjack Plaid. I'll grab both of those. Fired Brick. Oopsie. Lumberjack Plaid. All right, there we go. Now for the green. So let's see which green. Let's see which green I want to use. I'm going to say Rustic Wilderness is what I'm thinking. Yep, Rustic Wilderness. Okay, let's grab that. And then I will use black. So I'll use kind of those, one of the reds, I'll use that color combination. So what I think I'm going to do, I think I will do December in the green. I think I will do About Last Month in either of the reds, and I'll do 2023 in the black. I think that's my plan, because I'd like to have a little bit more focus on the green than the red. That's just my personal preference. Okay, so let me check the chat. TK said, did Layle mention when the About Last Month class 2024 will be? So excited for my 4th year of this awesome and very doable project. I did not yet, TK. Excuse me, let me have a hydration break. It's going to be first-ish week of February. The stamps that are part of the kit are currently in production. They should ship to me on the 11th. So it depends on, and they come from back east, it depends on how long it takes me to get them, and then those to get added to all the kits. So those kits should ship the week of the 22nd. So we're probably looking at like the first week-ish of February. That's the plan. Lots of comments on the tape runner. Yeah, it's a good one. That Easy Grand is an awesome one. Final color. Oh, I don't know why, Sarah. I don't know why. Sarah said final color. Why final? I don't know. I don't even know how many there are. There's probably 100-ish. I don't know if anyone knows. 100-ish different distress colors. It's probably just getting harder to come up with new colors, maybe. And Debbie said, maybe you will get your true mint. I know. I want the mint. I want a mint. I want a mint. I want a mint. I want it. Cindy 200% recommends swatching your ink pads. It's a huge time saver. It really is. It really is. It just makes, life a lot easier. Okay, so stamping block. I need to get stamping block out. Now, for me, I am going to stamp these 3 individual times. And that's important. Even if I was stamping all one color with those 3 stamps, I would still stamp them each individual stamp. I would not put them all 3 on the stamping block together. And that is just my process, my personal preference. The reason is when I use the different, when I use the different, hang on, I gotta get this closer to me so I can see it. When I am even grouping stamps together, I like to stamp them independently because then I get to control where they sit in relation to one another. And this will be a really good example. I'll show you this here really quick. Let me just get this. Okay, so on this stamp, that extra, let's just call it rubber. That extra rubber that you have there around the C is there for a reason. It is there to lend stability to that underline part of the stamp. If that extra material was not there, this can kind of sag or lift up in the air, that little line. So extra rubber or extra material. Generally, the reason you see extra material around a stamp is for stability in the kind of different parts of the stamp, if that makes sense. So that's good. That's a benefit. Now for me, it's a problem because if I wanted to then layer my 2023 stamp right here and just stamp all together, well, look at that extra material that was there before, which we were happy to have. Now it's in our way. So you'll pretty much always, even if I was stamping these 3 things in all the same color, I would come in and stamp each of those individually just so I could control how close those different pieces are, those different stamps are. Sorry, sometimes I get a little bit too high. Right up here, I'm cutting off part, so I need to remember to kind of bring that a little bit closer to me, if that makes sense. So, no, really, in this case, I have to do that because I want them to be 3 different colors. But sometimes you'll see me, especially with alphabets, I will generally stamp each individual word, stamp each individual letter as opposed to stamping, putting them all, okay, let me try that again. As opposed to adding all the letters individually to a single stamping block and stamping that once, because again, I can control the placement, how close the letters are together, because I generally like them to be close together. All right, so let's ink this guy up. Get it nice and inky there, and we'll come over here and we will stamp. Now, I wasn't worried about making it straight, so it's probably gonna be a little bit crooked here. All right, so I definitely did not get enough ink here, and I also didn't apply even pressure. I mean, again, it's also crooked. I wasn't trying to make it straight. So I need to do a little bit more work there. But also, this will help me know, do I like that green? Do I like rustic wilderness? I love rustic wilderness. I think rustic wilderness, I think that's gonna go really well. So I'm good there. So what I'm going to do now, I will come back in, keeping in mind the places where it looked like it did not have enough ink before. Really quick, I'm gonna move over to this other guy. I like to, off to the side, you can't see what I'm looking at, but I am trying to find this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I like to have that kind of similar placement on that stamp, and that line is about the 5th line down. Ooh, I have a different insert though now. That's okay. It'll be fine. Okay, get that nice and inked up. And, oh, hang on. I need to deal with something first. Because I am stamping directly on the page, I need to bring in another tool. The tool I need to bring in is called a pencil board. A pencil board is a fancy name for something that you slide underneath something else. I'm sliding it under the page to give me a nice flat surface to either write on or stamp on. Now, I don't bother with the writing, but for stamping, this is really important because we cannot take this page out, right? We can't take this page out. When we did this one, we were okay. I didn't have to use a pencil board because I was stamping on this paper and I hadn't adhered it yet. So I was fine. I could take it out and have a nice flat surface. But here, I kind of have a flat surface, but I really don't. Because look I have stickers under here. And those stickers are going to give a little bit of lumpy, bumpy base for my stamping. So without a pencil board, if I had stamped right here, I guarantee you, I wouldn't like the stamped impression because all of these things, these highs and lows from the stickers would be interfering with that stamped impression. So I need to put a pencil board in. Pencil board, you can make your own with chipboard, a thicker chipboard, but I have pencil boards that on my website. This is a 5x8 piece of 1/8 inch acrylic, has rounded corners so you don't like punch a hole, poke a hole in your paper, but it's that nice flat surface. The other thing is this can serve as a really large stamping block in a pinch. So, because it's big and you can stick your stamp to it. It does not come navy. It comes clear, and then you can paint it whatever color you want. You just take a little bit of acrylic paint, finger paint, dry, wipe it, and then ready to go. So I need to put that under there. Now, after all of that, that's been sitting too long. I have to come back and re-ink. All right, I have to come back and re-ink. All right, so if you're just getting started stamping, I would say invest in, and it's not a significant investment by any means. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we'll go right about here. Get yourself a couple of stamping blocks, okay? Because you need different sizes, and that is really important. You need different sizes. If you're using different size stamps, you really need different sizes. It'll make your life a lot easier. Oh, it's so good. I love that. I'm not saying I'm good. I'm saying it's good. I love how nice, look how solid that is. That's what I'm looking for, me personally, when I'm stamping. Also made in the US, that makes a lot of difference. Okay, what was I just saying? Oh yes, invest in tools, right? Tools are something you're always gonna have and you will never, well, your basic tools you'll never regret investing in. So I'd pick up a couple of different stamping blocks. There is a set on the website that I have that has this guy in it, and it has this little guy in it. So that is one set. So those are good. That's good, kind of a little smallish, and then kind of a medium. Those are good. This guy is one of mine. This is nice for a smaller, so like this guy. What I'm going to do next is stamp about last month. Now, I could use this big block for that. The problem is there's all this now extra room around it. So it makes it really hard for me to try to get an even stamped impression when I have all this extra room around it. It can be done, but it makes it a little bit more difficult. So that's when I would use this, nope. Yeah, no, he fits. Hang on. Let me get him closer to me so I can see. That's when I use this little guy. Same thing with this little one, right? Super small. I could use this one, but for me, I would use those. Well, actually this guy. And that is another set that's on my website. So really, if you look at, if you're just starting out stamping, there he is. This guy, and I'll use this guy in a minute. This is a stamping stylus. That's for your little teenies. That little set, like two mints in one. I think that was Certs, wasn't it? You guys remember that? And they'd go click, click, click. Those two guys, that one, and then that. So that would cover for me 99% of my stamping. It just wouldn't cover the one that we did this morning. Or something like this. This guy would be a great starter set because it had the 4. It's got that baby bear, mama bear, bigger mama bear, and then papa bear. All right, so now I need to do my little about last month under here. And I wanted to do red. So here's a nice thing about having done my little test stamp here before. I can come in and, oh my gosh, today's gonna be a marathon, you guys. Today's gonna be a long one, isn't it? I'm full of lots of things to talk about today. Well, today, like today's any different than any other day. But we're good. If you want to hang out and stay, you're good. If you're like, I've had it, I gotta go, then you're good too. Because I won't know. I'll just be here happily. I could be myself and I wouldn't realize until I looked up and went, wait a minute. No one's been commenting for a while. All right, so let's try this. I just pulled off Fired Brick. Nice thing about doing my test stamp here is that I can test stamp again, but then I can kind of get a feel. Do I like that one? I want to clean it. Super important that I clean it because between colors, because I am using Distress Oxides, pigment-based ink. They're blendable. So I won't get a true representation. I won't get a true representation of the color if I then just take that guy and then stamp over it with Lumberjack Plaid. All things you learn, right? All things you learn. All right, there we go. So now let's look at Lumberjack Plaid. And notice how I dried it. I cleaned it, then dried it. Remember we talked about the importance of drying because moisture, if there's any type of moisture on that stamp, it can interact with your pigment-based ink, which is a Distress Oxide. All right, so here are my two reds. Very similar, right? Hi, Susie Comey. You have a 2-hour doctor ahead of you. This is great to listen to. I'm so glad. Oh, drive, not doctor. Drive, duh. Gotcha. I'm like, so you're gonna listen to me in a doctor's appointment? No, in a drive. Well, safe driving. All right, so there are my two colors, right? There's a difference. I can see a difference, right? One is a lot like more cherrier than the other. I don't know if you can see that. So let's see which one I think I'd like it to go with. I think it's going to be, I mean, it's pretty negligible. Let's go with Lumberjack. Why not? We'll go with Lumberjack. So now I've moved this around quite a bit. I don't want to forget about the pencil board. Don't want to forget about the pencil board. In the 2020, in the year in review classes every year, so that go along with the project kit, we talk about pencil boards because that's kind of an important part of that project because everything you're doing, you're stamping directly in the book. We talk about that and then I go over in a little bit more detail the different materials that you could use to make your own if you wanted to. Okay, there's that one. And that one is my little handwriting. Okay, clean that off, get it put away. And then we have our 2023. Now, there's not much of a salesman in me saying this, I guess, but there's nothing about this that means you can't use it in any other year or for any other project. Just that if you wanted to use this for 2024, you only have the 2023. So same with the 2022. You could use 2022 if you're just starting out, and actually you don't need any of this. You don't need any of these things. You don't need any of the stamps. You can just use whatever you want if you wanted to do it. To me, it's more important that you do it, right? That you do the process of documenting every month so you don't lose all the memories. I mean, the memories are there, right? They happen, so they're there, but you know, sometimes those things kind of, you start to forget them. Like one of the things on my list that I totally forgot that happened in December, it happened December 1st, was that someone decided to go into a Verizon store and pretend to be me. We think it was an inside job because credit was never run. Pretend to be me and walk out with seven iPhones. They put no money down, charged it, set up a new account under my name, walked out with 7 iPhones on a 36-month contract, $15,000 worth. So after lots of going back and forth with Verizon and the police department and all that, Verizon relinquished me from any responsibility. But anyhow, that was something that was kind of that kicked off my month. But I had forgotten about it. So, and in fact, when I made my list in my handy dandy notebook this morning, I had still forgotten about it. I was getting ready this morning and I'm like, oh my goodness, that almost didn't make my list. That was kind of a big thing that happened last month. There were some big things that happened last month. But anyhow, so those are the kinds of things that I think, well, some things are a little bit easier to forget than others, but that's part of why I do that, because then it's done and the memories are there, even if I forget them. Okay, that stamp set, we'll go back over here. Now, I did want to make sure that I pulled in 2 other stamp sets as part of my list over here. I wanted to pull in the, okay, hang on. Hot flash. This is time for the face one. Time for the face one too, this one. Whew, yeah. You know, I don't know how you can have your own personal summer when it's like 20 degrees outside, but I'm having it. Okay. Oh, Karen! Somebody truly stole her debit card and drained her account 2 days ago. Oh no, Karen, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I hope they can figure that out for you. I hope they can figure that out for you and the bank is good to you. I'm so sorry. It's awful. It's like people, okay, yes, thank you, Terry. Hydration break. It's like people, get a life. Come on. Come on, get a life. Get a life. I'm very sorry that happened to you. Creative Cindy said, seriously, wouldn't that send a flag to Verizon 7 iPhones? Yeah. Well, that's why we think it was an inside job. Well, Nick and I, Verizon won't say anything, right? They just really won't say anything to you. But I think that's what, I'm pretty certain, because no credit was ever run. I froze my credit. I did all kinds of things. No credit was ever run because then I would be able to see, right? So we think that that's the deal. All right, now I have these little pieces that I had cut off from down here. What if we just kind of, I don't know, tucked them under here? And maybe we made a little something over here just to bring in a little bit more color. Let's see what this might look like. If we did maybe those little 2 things like there and just popped them under there. How would that look? I don't think so. It looks too much like it's forced. We'll come up with something else up there. All right. Well, wait a minute. What if it did something like this instead? What if it was more like up here in the center? I don't know. Sometimes we overthink things. I think I'm just going to do that and call it good. All right. So now for over here. I know that I would like to maybe intersperse a couple of these little guys throughout. And then I also, those are from Mini Icons Holiday. And then these are the Word Strips Holiday. So I thought it might be kind of fun to just maybe intersperse a couple of those things. Now, I know that I don't want to do alternate red and green because that'll be too like matchy alternating for me. I also know that I don't want to do red because I think red will be like in your face. So I think I'm going to do green. So we'll get those off to the side and I will bring back in Rustic Wilderness. Now, I think I'm just going to, instead of trying to get stamp and then write and then stamp and write and keep moving back and forth between all these things, I think I'm just going to do that now. And then I will set those off to the side and do my list. So if I would like to, I think I might just do that cute little present. So let's grab that. Something is happening there. It wasn't quite sticking to the backer sheet and I can feel it's not super sticky. What I need to do is I need to clean off the back side of that. The smaller your little stamps get, sometimes the harder they will be to stick to your stamping block because they get lint or hair or fuzz on the back. So easiest way to kind of get that to sticky again is just clean off the back side. All right, so will that fit with this one? Let's do this guy. Okay, so just pick that up. That's an example. These 2 sizes are great for your mini icons, your mini icon stamps. A lot easier to work with that than to work with something like that because again, there's just so much extra, you're trying to kind of go all over. All right, so let's just see where we want those to be. And I don't need a ton of those. I just need them to, I'm not going to use this, I'm not going to use the pencil board right now because up here I know I'm okay. Yeah, you know what, I'll regret it. So let's not do that. Do as I say, not as I do. All right, so let's just do maybe this little guy here. And then maybe we'll do another one down here. And then maybe we'll do another one kind of there. Right, so just a couple, right? Just a couple. And they're just subtle, but just kind of cute to help break all that up between the writing. If I really wanted to, I could get colored pencils out and draw little stripes on those presents or markers and do all kinds of things like that, but I won't. We're just gonna keep it pretty basic by just stamping. Not having a card that, $5.64 at 10 stores. Gosh darn it, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Oh, Karen, fortunately I have money and savings and got a Christmas bonus, so I'm okay financially other than the inconvenience of not having a card and have to go to the bank for money. But you know what? More important when Karen said, what Terry said right above her. And I don't think Terry and Karen know each other outside of this. Terry said, wow, Karen, I am so sorry. Do you need help until they get it figured out? Terry. That's what, you guys are all so awesome. That's just, I mean, that's just so kind of you. That's so kind of you to offer to help. That's just amazing. Karen, I hope you get that figured out soon. That's just the worst, right? It is just the worst. Okay, now I'm cold. If you are not in the middle of menopause or perimenopause or whatever it is, just you wait. Just you wait. So much to look forward to. Okay. Now I think I'll do a couple word strips. So let's just see what we might want to do here. We need, let's see, we could do happy holidays. How about for one? And then we could do 'tis the season. How about 'tis the season for another one? And then how about celebrate? No, let's do merry and bright. And maybe we'll do one more, celebrate. Okay, so I'm just pulling those guys off. And with these, remember I've already conditioned all these because I've used these before. So remember when we were talking about, especially with your little guys, it's much easier to pick them up that way. Okay, I gotta put this closer to me so I can see it. So it's easier to get it straight there and then pick it up with my stamping block than it is, for example, to try to take like this little guy and then put it on here and get it straight, right? So sometimes you do that and then it's either too high on one end or too low on the other end. So I think that's a really easy way to do that. All right. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Just look at what I didn't do. I did not test stamp Layle. I did not test stamp that little guy first. Celebrate. Okay, here we go. So now where do I want to put these? Ooh. Where do I want to put these? Maybe we'll just do celebrate like that. And then we'll do, oh, Terry, we live just a few miles away from each other. Us Colorado girls got to stick together. I love that. That's so sweet. That is, so sweet. Yes, 12:34. I know I missed my angel time. Colleen, I missed it by a minute. Missed it by a minute. Oh, that always makes me think of you when you say that. So I always love it when you do that. Okay, so now I need to go a little bit bigger one for happy holidays. Here we go. Let's look here. Okay. Let's maybe just do happy holidays right here. There we go. And keep going. Just two more. So I want to reiterate this. Don't be scared. If you have not ever been with me before and you've thought when you started, you're like, oh my gosh, I want to start listing. And now you're like, oh my gosh, this is taking forever. There's a lot of commentary. There's been a lot of commentary here. And there's a lot of things that I have to go back and kind of show you what to do and talk about things that if it was just me by myself, I would not, it would not take me anywhere near as long. So listing doesn't have to take you a lot of time. So I don't want you to be scared about that. Also, just live streaming usually takes a lot more time than otherwise, right? Because I like to talk. I like to talk to you guys. So I just don't want you to be scared and go, oh, I don't have 3 hours to make one list. That's very unusual that it would take that long. It's just, you know, we're just here. We're just here. All right, there we go. Now I'm ready for my list. Okay, let me put these guys back. We're done with, well, kind of done with our stamping. Kind of. We've got to do little stamps in between, or little bullet stamps. So again, just always good. Take the time right away to put these away. The smaller your stamp is, the greater the likelihood of it becoming misplaced if you don't put them away, right? So I'm not saying I always put everything away right after I use it, but the little ones I've learned the hard way, right? Because there's just less surface area for them to stick. So they can come off things easily. And all right. Okay, last thing I need to do, I need to pick a bullet stamp because this will be a run-on list. And when I do my run-on lists, remember when I do my run-on lists, that would be a bullet, then something, and a bullet, then something. It's not a numbered like type list. So I need to separate in between my writing. So I think what I will do here, there are, this is Bullets and More 2. So I pulled this from Bullets and More 2. There are now 3 sets of Bullets and More stamps. These are, I would say right now, probably my most used stamp set. If you said, Layle, if I am starting out and there's only one stamp set that I start with, I'd say Bullets and More 2. Because I use a bullet stamp on almost every list that I do. And the Bullets and More, oh, no, not that. The Bullets and More, probably Bullets and More 2 right now are what I use most often. Bullets and More 3 just barely came out in November. Okay, so what I've done is I pulled another stamping block. So what I had started out doing there, you saw that I had started out with this little guy. This little guy could work, right? It's just that is so small that my chances of getting an even impression, it's a little bit harder with this guy. If that's all I had, then that is the one that I would use because it's pretty small. But I have one smaller, and that is this guy. This is a stamping stylus. This is another one of my products. It is a stamping block, but it's a stamping block that's made for little teeny tiny stamps. If I had a little teeny tiny one of these, like this round, and it was this short, clearly because I'd fumble it, it would be too hard for my little fingers to use, right? It'd be too hard to use. So what I have here with that stylus is it's long. It's 6 inches long. It is of shape that my hand is very familiar with, right? Look, it's like a pen or pencil. It's the shape, round, long, makes it easy for me to work with. So I use this guy for my little teeny tiny bullet stamps. Now, down at the very end, one end of your stamping blocks, you'll have a little sticker. And it has to be a sticker because they cannot etch on a round surface. That little sticker is there for a reason. That little sticker will help you identify the placement if you have a stamp that has a direction to it. So this is what I mean. With this guy, let me see how I want to do this. I think I would like this like this. All right, so I placed it a certain way on that end. If I want that stamp to be in the same position every time, then I just make sure that the little squirrel is in the same position every time. See that? It's in that same position every time because I'm just making sure that the squirrel is always there. If I don't do that, then I'm like, oh, shoot, that's a whole bunch of different ways I'm making that happen. But that's if you want to line up, your guys the same way. This one actually could work to go really any direction, but like there was a little Santa next to him. You probably don't want that Santa to get rotated because then it looks like Santa's laying down on the job, right? Anyhow, so that is the stylus, and that is, I use that every time when I am using a bullet stamp. All right, so now I'm ready for my list. So I need to bring this guy back in. And, about last month, here we go. So, throughout the month, and I talk about this whole process much more in depth in the year in review class every year. But as part of my process, when I'm sitting down to make my list, because this is my list, I will go to my camera roll on my phone to pull things because that's how I remember. I'll go to my calendar to pull things. That's how I remember. And then I also have all those photos that I can look at in the month of December. And then I put those that I want to use in a special folder. So kind of put a pin in that because that special folder is going to come into play on our next list. Anyhow, I talk about that a lot more, but there's my list and I need to refer to that so I know what is going on my list. Because I can't possibly remember all the things that happened. Like clearly I couldn't remember the criminals that decided to get 7 iPhones under my name. All right, so we're going to start right here. And I am going to list. First thing, that is now the first thing. No, 14 iPhones. 7 iPhones. 7 iPhones? 7 iPhones. 7. Let's see. 7 iPhones purchased under my name, new account at Verizon. Exclamation point. Now that's funny because it says celebrate right there. So clearly I'm not celebrating with that. That's one of the things you potentially will run into, obviously, if you are stamping ahead of time. But I'm okay with that. That's okay. We're not celebrating that. But all right, I feel like I don't need a new one there because I kind of have the present. So let's go next. Let's see. So this would be started my 16th December daily. 16th year I have done that project. I guess I shouldn't say started. It's all but done. I just have 2 more days to go. So that will happen this weekend. That's the health issues. That's one of the things that I got a little bit behind on. I mark these off as I go. Oh, Sam's 23rd birthday. Sam's our younger son. So this is now my run-on list. And I am just, I'm just making my list, checking it twice. We flew to Las Vegas for a long weekend to see U2 in concert. That was pretty amazing. I like U2. Nick is like huge U2 fan. And so I don't know, he's seen him in his life maybe 4 or 5 times. And so they are in residency right now in Las Vegas playing at the Sphere, which that was amazing. He's like, I just got to see him because who knows when they're going to be touring anymore or anymore near us. So we did. I did lunch and book shopping with my mom. Okay. And every time I'm just making sure that before I stamp with that, I'm making sure it's rotated the direction I need it to get that in the same position. Hang on. Runs off sarcasm and copy said I am not listing, but did do 3 double-page Christmas layouts. Oh, good for you. Wanda says she only listens and lists later. Carmen does the same thing. You could take me walking, like you could just listen to me while you're walking. TK said I was working on my January bullet journal while listening and reading. Very good. Storybook Press said, speaking of menopause, did you know that estrogen is stored in fat cells? Now that I'm losing weight, I get to experience the hot flashes all over again. Oh my gosh. That's like the universe. It's like, really? You lose weight, which is a good thing, but hey, you're doing really well, Storybook Press. You're losing weight. You know what? We're going to throw a little hot flash in for you to mix it up. Maybe they just think the universe thinks, hey, it'll be sweating, and the sweating will help you lose more weight. Crazy. Runs Have Sarcasm and Coffee said, I am so glad you brought that stamp up close to the camera because from a distance, it looked like the poo emoji and I was cracking up. Not that there was anything wrong with using that emoji. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah. Okay, we better look at that. Yes, that's the holly. That's the holly. Wanda, Smoky Mountains for New Year's. Oh, that's fun. Karen said, it's hard to not craft while watch or listening to these lives. Joanne did both day in the life and month in review while we've been listing. Love it. Ooh, and lots of snow coming for Lisa. Okay, let me get this finished up and then things will go somewhat faster. Luncheon with Mom. We had dinner with some friends of ours. Dinner with the Slatterleys. The Petrowskis, and oh my gosh, Bill and Linda. Oh, I hate it when that happens. Oh my gosh, Nick's not here. Bill and Linda. Okay, I have to leave it right there. I can't believe their name totally escaped me. Okay, do you hate it when that happens? That's just, I don't know. We'll chalk that up to I don't know what. Darn it, Bill and Linda. Oh my gosh, it's gonna drive me crazy. It's on the tip of my tongue. I'll just leave a little space and I'll come back and add it later. Then we did a girls' night out with my girlfriends. Okay. So this is one of, I think, for me, the best thing about listing is it's really just the facts. I'm not worried about how I'm trying to word anything. I'm really here not worried about what I'm trying to say. I'm basically just saying it like it is, right? So that's a little bit easier. We did, let's see, party at our neighbors, the Dolans. I don't know, there were we have a very social neighborhood. So I think I figured out, I think we did over the holidays, 6 different like neighborhood things, not neighborhood things, but things with neighbors. Let's see, we did family donations to the food bank, to Volunteers of America, and to one of our neighbors does this. She organizes it, but she calls it a blessings breakfast. And I think I talked to you guys about that last time. Oh, I did, because on Saturday the 23rd, I had just come from that, where one of those, and then Nick and Sam and I did it, another one, on Christmas Eve, after we went snowshoeing. But where different neighbors go and you pay for your breakfast, but then everybody also brings $100 bill. So the server gets however many of us there are, that's their tip. And that's just kind of a neat thing to do. We made our whoopie cakes. That's one of the traditions that I do with the boys since they were little. But Jack is he lives in Tacoma, so Sam and Nick and I did it. We did neighbor party. Oh, let's see. We did a neighbor gift exchange. I guess I could just call it that, with some neighborhood friends. Then we had some of our neighbors, the Mannixes, at Christmas party. We're in a new development, well, 5.5 years now. But so because it was brand new, everyone obviously is new. It's a very good cross section of people. So it's kind of a fun opportunity for the whole neighborhood to start, and lots of social fun things. And we did the uncles, that's Nick's family, uncle's Christmas party. Alrighty, we're getting to the end, friends. I mean, just the end of my list, not the end. Not wit's end. Oh, Nick's mom. So everybody calls her C. So Grandma C, or her name's Carolyn, but C's 80th birthday. And so what you're seeing on the right in the photos, some of these photos, right? You two, the girlfriends, girls' night out. Nick's mom's 80th birthday, which we were all together on Christmas night for our big party. So we did something there, snowshoeing on Christmas Eve day. And then Lainey, my sister, Lainey, Gus, her husband, and my mom for dinner. Okay. Whew, lots of writing. My lower back's like, ooh, because I'm hunched over. Even though I'm standing. Dinner. Okay. 3 more things I have for my list. In December, I had 2 scary health episodes. That's what I'm calling them. 2 scary health episodes. The second one landed me in the ER. That was on the 28th of December. That is why the Winter Traveler's Notebook January class setup had to get moved from that night, which was the 28th. And that's also why we did not list on Saturday the 30th. We're still trying to get to the bottom of whatever is going on here. Here with the little health issues, but that was a big part of December for me because the first one was December 11th. So 3 weeks. There are some things that got delayed that were on my list of things that needed to get finished, including part 3 of the Document Your Travels e-course. If you had purchased that Document Your Travels e-course, I sent out the segment A of part 3 last night. So make sure you see that. But this those health things kind of threw my whole December up in the air and then scattered it in a bunch of pieces. So that's what's going on. I've always been super transparent with you guys. I don't know anything yet. They ruled out a stroke both times, which is good because that's what we were worried about based on what was happening. So that's good news. I saw my primary care doctor on Tuesday, and I have an MRI scheduled for Tuesday night, followed by a referral appointment to a neurologist. So that's what's going on. When I know more, I will know more. But that's where things could be a little bit up in the air as canceling things last minute or having to reschedule and things like that. So that's what that is. It's nothing like, we talked about this a little bit earlier. There's nothing like, life moving right along and then bam, your health is so important, we all know, but sometimes you ignore. I don't think I was ignoring any signs. Both times came from complete out of the blue, but clearly I need to be focusing on, I don't know what I need to be focusing on, but all right. Then we did New Year's Eve, and I'm clearly glossing over that because there's not much more that I will get into right now, but just know I'm moving on. New Year's Eve with our friends, the Becks. And then the big, outside of the health thing, I hired a new employee. So that was a really big thing that was a really big thing. So we're going to say hired Denise. Yay. And I'll talk about more of that in my next list. Okay, friends, so there we go. Now, there's something that's happening over here that I just need to fix. Well, not fix, just add to. There is, by design, there's a lot of green over here, right? There's a little bit of red, there's a lot of green. I did not purposefully want to use red in these because I think it'd just be like, too much. But I do need a little bit more red over here now, right? Because it just looks really like, where's the Christmas? I need a little bit more red. So last thing I'm going to do is figure out how to bring in a little bit more red. And I think what I might be able to do, I was thinking I could maybe do one of those just little candy canes. So what if let's try one of those. Let's try one of those. Where did my tweezers go? Oh, here they are. Okay. So I think if this little guy maybe just goes like right in there, I think that's exactly what I need. It's exactly what I need. So we'll just kind of go right there. There we go. And my list is done. All done. All done for December. And that's also now all done for 2023. I have 12 lists that look just like this. I mean, when I say just like this, the words are different and the photos and the decorations are different, but the look just like this is what I mean, okay? Super approachable, super easy, same formula all year long, same stamp set. I'm just getting all the facts down on paper, right? So that is the process that I do every month called About Last Month. And I actually I talked about it a little bit at the beginning, but a project kit that is specific to that, where you have everything that you need to do that for 12 months of the year. And in that, the idea is you use one single insert to do all of the months in a year. Okay, so there we go. Let's get some of this Christmas stuff put away because Christmas is over. Christmas is over. So I just need to get some of these things out of the way so we can move on to our next list. But I'm going to talk a little bit about our next list while I am moving some of these things. I'll keep that out. Our next list is called About Last Year. About last year, right? I mean, guess what? If you do that for every month, then how fun to do the same type of list, but for the year. So for the year, you're taking photos and you're doing the list, but you're pulling the things out from all of your months. So if you needed to, you could go to every one of the months. You could go to November and go, oh yeah, that happened. And then that'd be on your list. And for September, you'd go, oh, that happened. And that'd be on your list. Or for August or July or February, whatever, those things would be on your list. So the end of the year, or in this case, start of a new year, I always wrap it all up with an About Last Year. So I will show you. About last year. There's an About Last Year, but look at pretty much the same exact idea, right? That's About Last Year for 2021. I think I skipped 20. I mean, I did 2020, but I skipped the pages. That is About Last Year for 2022. But it makes it really easy to document your whole year because guess what? You've been documenting every month along the way. Remember how I told you that in order to get all of these things that were on my list, or these things that were on this list, that I was going to my phone. A lot of times I keep a running note on my phone. I have a note on my phone that has all of my About Last Month things on it for the last 3 years. So when it came time this morning for me to sit down to make my About Last Year list, guess what? All I had to do was look at all those things that were on my lists from each of the months of 2023, and then I wrote them down. When it came time to the photos, well, I also mentioned as part of my process, and this is one that I talk about quite a bit in that year in review class, that I have a folder that has all those photos in on my phone. Because could you imagine having to go back to your entire camera roll for 2023 to try to go through all your photos? I don't have to do that. There's one folder on my phone that says About Last Month, and then I just go pick the photos and print them off and I'm good. So that is the list that we're doing next. Instead of About Last Month, it is About Last Year. Really quickly, I need to, this little guy, I can tell, has a little bit of lint or something on the back of it because it is not sticking. Get that cleaned off. Whoopsie. Both sides, just so it will stick. These, if there's only one set of stamps that you're going to put away right after you're using them, it should always be the bullet stamps because those little guys are so little they get a mind of their own and they literally will just run away. They'll run away. So we don't want that to happen. All right. So we'll get those put away, although I'll probably end up using those again. Get these put away and we'll get all of Christmas off to the side. Hi, Tracy's Treasures. Nice to see you. Dandy said 2023 was a poop year. I'm starting over this year and hope to document each month. You can do it. TK said she loves ALM about last month. Oh, good. Abby said she enjoyed listing and she got her last month done. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Wanda did her all of lists for last year in one book. Good for you. Hi, Melissa. And Jackie. Hi, Jackie. Nice to see you. Okay. Okay, here we go. Let's get these guys on the floor, I guess. On the floor. All right, so about last year will now come next in the book because that makes sense, right? Makes sense for about last year to happen next. So I printed photos this morning. Well, I printed photo this morning, right? There is photo. That is another 5x7 photo, right? 5x7 photo. But you can see there, that is a different template that I selected, okay? That one has 12 little photos in it. Now, I'm not going to say that those 12 photos, that there's one for each month. I don't care about that. I don't feel like I have to have one for each month. I just pulled out the photos that were kind of bigger things that happened in my life for the year. So we'll start out that process the same way as we did the about last month, December, except this one is now about last year or about this year, however you want to do it. Again, a little bit too wide because of the staple or the binding there. So I need to trim both sides a tad, a little bit, like this. Now here's the thing, you guys, maybe you're like, meh, about last month. I don't know that that's something that I want to commit to. I don't know that's something I want to have to do every month. Well, guess what? You could still write the things down in a little notebook. And then you could do an about last year. And about last year, then you wouldn't be trying to rack your brain at the end of the year to come up with all the things. Just, you know, write a little list every month of, even in a note on your phone, right? It doesn't have to be like written somewhere. So that if you wanted to do an about last year, or, you know, like you might call it like 2024 in review or 2023 in review or something like that. All right. So this guy, because it's the same, well, it has to be a little bit different. It has to be, what I do on the left side has to be a little bit different, but we'll kind of start out the same way over here. So what I thought I would do for this, now I didn't leave a space right here because I needed more photos, so I won't be doing any kind of little, you know, embellishment like I do there. I thought for this one that I would use, it's just hiding on me. I thought I would use Vicky's Discover and Create because Christmas was easy. December, I used Christmas products, right? Not Christmas. December was easy. I used Christmas. But when it comes to about last year, I want something that's kind of non-themey, right? Just generic. And Discover and Create would be pretty generic. So not going to have a lot of room to really decorate because I'll do, you know, some stamping over here. But we'll see if we can find maybe something that we can just pop in to add a little bit of color. And we'll see what that might be. Let me move this off to the side so we can really get in here and look. We might be able to, oh, I love that washi. That might be fun. That might be just give me pencils, cute, but I don't think pencils. Tickets. Ooh, little kind of dripping ink. Little circle numbers. I like that. I like that. Those are from the paper repack. If you had been looking for the paper repack and it was gone, I just brought a few more in. So they are now on the website. We could use maybe this guy, maybe that guy together. And then maybe we could pull in a little bit of Oh, look at this happened. That would be great. That's perfect, right? We could use this happen. All right, I think we'll kind of settle on these things. I might need that. Let's just stop there because I think what we have there will be good to get us going. That is the 6x12 sticker. So I'm a mixture of, that's a die cut, but I'm not sure if I'll use the die cut of the sticker. That sticker is from Paper Repack. So let's see what we have here. Now I may need to, I think, let's see. I didn't press down a lot on that. Let me see if I can just kind of peel that back up and maybe go a little bit higher here. All right, so I go a little bit higher. I just did a little bit of paper off of there. If I go a little bit higher, that now leaves me a little bit more room. Ooh. Look at that, could maybe tuck under there, kind of. I don't want to get too much because that photo's there, but maybe that could kind of go there. This little guy would be fun. Reggie, I know, right? Reggie, well, okay, you know, I didn't start it. Sam started it. Sam, if you don't know, Reggie is our son Sam's cat, who now lives with us. He lives with us because Sam had him for about a year, but then Sam moved from one place he was living to another place, and the new place he was living, he had a new roommate that allergic to cats, so Sam could not take the cat with him. So we have Reggie. We've had Reggie since August, and we've had cats before, so it's all good. Oh my gosh, I have so loved. It's just fun to have him again. So we very much enjoyed him. But yes, he was a big part. Now, Sam had a sweater for Reggie. Sam had a taco costume for Reggie. Well, I bought him a little tie collar. He does not like it at all. But I put it on him just to, you know. And of course, cats don't usually like those things, but that's okay. Let's see. Karen's working on a winter TN insert. So much red and green because Christmas starts off winter. There we go. Dandy said, I think I will still do about last year and do a quick write-up, but we'll offset the list with good photos of joy. Oh, I love that. That's a great idea. Karen said, cats and Christmas trees love each other. Yes, they do. Oh, Dandy said, question please, Layle. Do you ship to hotels for Canadian snowbirds visiting Palm Springs? Dandy, I ship anywhere you want. As long as UPS or USPS ships there, absolutely, yeah. You just, when you check out, just make sure that your shipping address is different than your billing address, but no problem. I'll just say one quick thing about that because a number of you have done that. Actually, Martine did that. She lives in Netherlands and was visiting Florida and had me ship something to where she was staying in Florida. Number one, double check with your hotel first to make sure that they will accept it for you. I've never seen a hotel that won't, but sometimes they'll say, oh, we can't hold it for you for 2 months. You need to, have it arrive within a week before you come or something like that. Just so, and then typically you'd have the address for the hotel, but you'd have it say like guest Dandy. Well, it wouldn't say guest Dandy creates. It would say guest your name or what have you. But yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I don't really know the address that you're giving me, whether it's yours or someone else's. So it's good. Yes, honey. Let them up. I knew you were going to say that. Did you guys hear that? Let them up. They've had enough. I always say, Nick, go away. Go away. Go away. They know they can leave whenever they want. This is what real life looks like. That could work too, right? So this could, let's see. We're just going to this will be this will probably end up looking a little bit different than things normally do. If that went there, obviously I will cut that down. This is what real life looks like, could go here. Well, it's what life looks like, except pink. That doesn't really, pink, that's usually not a real life thing. It was in this case. We met her. Yes, we met her at our hotel at the swimming pool because, well, anyhow, that's a whole other story for another day. I've told that story before, but that was pretty amazing. We talked to her for about a half an hour. There was really no one else at the pool. And she thought she had lost her son. He had just dove underwater. And so we're like, no, he's right there. She was on opposite sides of the pool from us. We're like, no, he's right there. And she goes, oh, thank goodness. And then she said something and we're like, what? Because she was on the opposite side of the pool. And then we said something and she was like, what? So she got in the pool, waded over to talk to us. And we're like, it It was pretty awesome. She was pretty awesome. And you know what we talked about 90% of the time? Being parents. Being parents is what we talked about. We talked just a little bit about her career, but really it was all about parenthood. Parenthood. Yeah, it was pretty cool. All right, so neutral, right? This is really super neutral. This little piece that I have left over that I just cut off here, I could bring it in back up here. I think that will work. We've got our little pen here or a pencil here. So we've got a good start, right? We have a good start, but now what I need to do is I need my title. So normally it would be a month, but in this case, it's not a month, it's a year. So I am going to bring in the focus stamp set. We're going to talk about focus in a minute. The focus stamp set, I need 2024. So I'm using those awesome, just big numbers to do my year. Well, actually, while I'm pulling this off, let's talk about focus. So normally this time every year, one of the lists that we do, I call it, we talked about this a little bit earlier, instead of saying resolutions, for me, I call it things I want to focus on. Sometimes resolutions are a lot of pressure. And sometimes resolutions have a very negative connotation because the resolutions a lot of times don't happen, right? So just things I want to focus on. So normally that is a list that we are doing at the beginning of every year. So if I go here, the very first chapter is called Beginning and End. So like how you begin a new year and how you end a year. So this first chapter is going to be a lot of the lists that we do for the next couple of weeks. Focus for things I want to focus on in 2021, things I want to focus on for 2022. I've thought a lot about this. I am not going to have us together do our focus list for 2024. My 2023 isn't in this book yet because I did it in 2020. Okay, wait, hang on. Did that make sense? I know I have 3 of these. Anyhow, doesn't matter. My 2020, I don't know, erase that, whatever I'm trying to say. I personally am not going to do my focus list for a couple of weeks yet. I feel like I'm just not there. I feel like, and it's probably because some of the health things that have been going on, that I need a little bit of time for everything to kind of settle. I need to figure out what it is that I really want to focus on for next year. So just know that's what this stamp set, this was released last year. That's what we used this stamp set for in things I wanted to focus on in 23. That's what I was trying to say. The things I wanted to focus on in 2023 were not in this book because we did it in 2023. Wow. That's a lot to figure that out in my head. Anyhow, so I'm not going to do our focus list. We'll do it all together if you'd like, but I won't be doing it yet, probably until February, because I just feel like I'm not ready. I feel like I don't know yet what things that I really want to focus on. So there's no sense in forcing it. It doesn't make sense to do it now just because I've always done it now, or because society says, hey, it's a new year. You need to decide what you want to work on. So I'm going to probably figure that out in February. I've started a little bit of it, but I'm just not ready yet. So if that's something you want to do now, I think that's always a great list to carry you into a new year. If that's something you want to do now or in the next, couple days or week or whatever, you do it on your own, but I won't be doing it with us together until still a few weeks in. Okay. So, 2024, let me look and see if maybe there's any other color. Oh yes, we have this happened. So what could maybe work is maybe if I do 2024, I don't know. This happened, could go there. This happened, could go there. Maybe we'll just do that. Maybe it'll just kind of go right here. There. Usually I don't do anything like that, but that works there. I like that there. I was trying to, though, see if there was any more color that I wanted to pick up. If there was any more color that I wanted to pick up in here. I don't know. I could pull in the camera maybe, although that's not any color. All right, let's do this. I was thinking color because I need to have color for those letters. What I would be gravitating to right now would be 2 different things. Really quick. Who makes the Discover and Create collection? Anna, it's a Vicky Booten collection. So you will find it linked in the description box of the video under what I'm using. So you'll see what I'm using. That'll take you to the website and you'll see the products I'm using. I missed some things. I'm not, yeah. Diane, just dying to know if you talk to yourself while you're scrapbooking. So Diane, that's a very interesting question. We're going to segue. We're going to take a little break for a sec. I'm going to have a little sip of water and we're going to chat. If you had asked me that question prior to March of 2020, I probably would have said no. If you ask me that question post March of 2020, I say yes, 100%. You know why? Because I am now in the habit of everything that I do when I'm teaching virtually, I'm in the habit of explaining because that's what I do. I have to talk while I'm doing this. I can't just, sit here and have music on and be silent. So I have to talk through everything I do. So it not only is when I'm scrapbooking, it's when I'm doing laundry, it's when I'm doing, and I talk to myself all the time now because I'm in the habit of explaining like this commentary. This is all commentary. So now commentary has leaked into my life, which is kind of funny. All right. But yes, I do talk to myself when I'm doing this on my own. Okay. So let's see the colors. I think, of course, yellow is coming out. Yellow is coming out. Now, there's some colors that really pop out here. All of this pink stuff from the concert that we ended up going to after we met her because we're like, well, we're in San Diego now. We should go. There's a lot of blues and really bright pinks and purples. I know that's not me. That's not something I want to use. Here, that's when we were in Scotland. There's a lot of red in there. I know I don't want to use red over here. There's some green. I really don't want to use the green. So I think I will use yellow and I might try to pick up a little bit of that, maybe abandoned coral. Let's see. Let's see. So yellow, Terry, if you're still here, I know Terry's like, you're using yellow? I never would have guessed. I use yellow in a lot of things. Or maybe kitsch flamingo. Let's see. Worn lipstick. Worn lipstick could maybe work. I don't know. That might be too much of a stretch. What did I say I was going to use? Kitsch flamingo. Oh. See, I'm totally talking. That's where I'm talking to myself. Maybe I didn't say kitsch flamingo. No, abandoned coral. That's what I said. Abandoned. Oh, yeah. Abandoned coral. There we go. That's in my head what I wanted to use. I think I'll use abandoned coral in yellow. So abandoned coral. Ooh, but the yellow. All right. I have 4 numbers. I'm not going to switch them all into different things because that's just not me. But let's get abandoned coral out. Sorry, I have my back to you. I've got to turn and get the color. Abandoned coral. And then let's also get a yellow, which is probably going to be either mustard seed or fossilized amber because I have not looked. All right. So if I do abandoned coral here, and then, but then the yellow, I don't know, where's the yellow coming into play then? I would need to figure out, oh, here, I could just do documented. Oh, how about that? 2024 documented. That works. Okay, so I think then, well, let's see. Let us see. Now, I am going, remember when we were talking earlier about even if I did have, so this would be like 2024, right? But I'd need to leave a space there for 2024. I would not put those all in the same block because I can't control the spacing. I can't control how close I get them to one another. So I will put each of these, I'll stamp each of these individually. Now I need to decide, I don't know, yellow. I think it might be the yellow because that's what it always is. All right, let's see. All right, let's look. Terry said, you actually haven't used yellow lately. Wait, oh my goodness. Stop the presses. Stop the presses. Let's put the 4 away. Terry, bless your heart, in the best way possible, not in the south way. Terry is basically screaming in the chat saying it's 2023, not 2024, right? This is about last year. Okay, this is about last year. That could have been, Well, I was going to say it could have been disaster, but guess what? It wouldn't have been disaster because you know what I would have done? If I had, I don't know. If I had done that, then I would have just been like, oh no, because I would have stamped it right there. I would have been, oh no. And then I would have said, that's okay. I'm just going to take a piece of white cardstock and I will stamp my 2023, the correct year on top of that. And then I will be fine and adhere it over it. So, oh, leave that there. Dry it off. And I'm going to try the abandoned, oh no, I'm not going to try the abandoned coral. For some reason, I've noticed yellow seems to tint, any yellow seems to tint that photopolymer a little bit. So it's not hurting the stamp at all, but yellow, if you ever see that your stamps kind of look yellow. Did I do something there? Interesting. Look how similar. Like similar enough that I thought I had that I had done it twice. I didn't do that, did I? I don't know. Sometimes I get to working and I'm not paying attention. Anyhow, now we know what the yellow looks like. Yeah, that was a close one, I know, right? Yikes, 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 yikes. Karen's on a roll today. 3 2-page spreads completed and setting up the next. And to think I was late getting here. Well, you know, Karen, sometimes I can be, what do they say, long in the mouth? I can talk. I can talk, huh? I sure can. I can talk with the best of them. All right, let's try the abandoned coral. So abandoned coral, I mean, it's pretty pink, huh? It's pretty pink. But I think I am going to do abandoned coral. We're just going to do it. We're just going to do it. It'll be fine. Will I hate it? I know I'm not going to like it. We're going back. Decisions. I'm going back. Okay, I'm going to do a yellow. I'm going to do the yellow. Marilee said, love how everyone was screaming. I know, screaming in quotation marks because you really can't scream. Oh no, I know, Karen. I'm just amazed at what I've done, Layle. It's about you. No, I know it is. That is amazing. That's a lot, right? That is a lot. That is a lot to do. For me, okay, you're right. It is about you. It's not about me. That's the other thing. I talk about myself a lot because here I have to. I can't. It's hard to talk about, for you guys to talk about you because it's just me trying to fill the time. But yes, Karen, that is 100% about you. And I'm very proud of you that you got that done. Very proud of you. Sometimes I think what's happening is Karen has unintentionally time blocked herself, right? Sometimes I will implement time blocking in my day where I tell myself from 1 to 3 o'clock, this is all that you, meaning the spreads are all about you. Oh gosh. Oh, I love that. That's so funny, Karen. I understand now. The spreads are all about you. You're working in your all about me traveler's notebook. You're making spreads about you. Yeah. All right. Duh. Okay. Anyhow, moving on. Wow. Layle, I totally took that a wrong way. Okay. Let me get my mind back on track. That was funny. All right, let's come here. I know I need this. I need this little guy. So I was thinking a way that I could bring in a little bit more color would be this, like this. I could do this. Look at how much color that brings in all of a sudden. If I did this, like this, and then I did 2. Oh, okay, good. I don't have, actually I need to wait for this. I need to wait for this, because these are pretty big, huh? 2, and then another 2, and then a 3. I don't have a ton of room, but I will do this. I will start with the 3. I'm going to go backwards. So I'll start with the 3. Then that way I make sure I have enough room. And take this off. This is just me thinking out loud. Put that guy right there. Now we've got to test this guy. Okay, that's fine enough. All right. Okay, there's my 3. All right, and then I'll do I think we all need to do a Layle base spread or insert even. I don't know what that means. Oh, Danny said that would make for a fun TN though, all about Layle from our perspective. This is funny. Once we did a list, and I called mine Layleisms, right? But I suggested you do your own isms. So Karen could do Karenisms. Marilee could do Marileeisms. Melissa would do Melissaisms. 2023. Okay. And it was fun because on the Layleisms, you guys came up with some that I didn't realize that I say all the time or that I do all the time. That was really fun. And then I think some of you really did a Layleisms page. You did the things I say, which was kind of fun. But that's a fun type of list to do with anyone in your family or your friends or whatever, right? Maybe you have a friend who always says the corny things or, you know, whatever it is. You could do a Juneism or Sallyism or whatever. Okay, there's my 2. All right. So I just thought of something, and you just saw me do this and then turn the page again. I have, that's a really deep yellow, and that's a pretty big stamp. Those are pretty big stamps. So there's a lot of surface area to them. When you're stamping, you need to be very cognizant of what you've done before, what you did on the prior page. If on the prior page, I did not have a photo and I'd been doing my list directly on the paper, then I would have a problem here because that is so bold. It would be not bleeding through, but it would be shadowing or ghosting through to the other side. And in that case, I would have probably kind of messed up my list. It would have messed up my list from the prior page. So always get in the habit, if you can, of checking to see what you did before you're doing this, because I would have just messed that up. Oh, here's the O. Okay. How are we doing, you guys? How's your new year? I haven't asked you at all about you. How's your new year? Do you have good holidays? How's the new year? How's your weekend? How's your Saturday? What do you have planned for the rest of the weekend? What's going on? What's going on? Tabitha, nice to see you. You're going to your great aunt's house who's 89. Go through old pictures to look for pictures of me and my mom from when I was a kid. I love that. Tabitha, have so much fun. Say hi to Adeline. That is so much fun. I love that. Going through old photos. Isn't that so fun? All right. Oop, that guy's a little bit higher, I think. A little bit higher. Sarah's working on a reading traveler's notebook, so she's ready to start documenting the month. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Okay. Woo! All righty. All righty, righty, righty. 1:30. Yep. We knew it. Today was going to be a long one. Well, here's the thing. We had to talk about the new year, and we had to welcome the new people that might be joining us now because it's a brand new year. And, you know, sometimes we want to start out documenting, and sometimes it's easier to start in a new year instead of in the middle of a year. And then we had to talk about the new stamps and the new scissors. And then we had to talk about the 2024, year in review project kit. And then we had to talk about, oh my gosh, something else I was thinking of. I don't remember what it was though. Anyhow, yeah, we had lots to talk about today. Lots to talk about before we even started listing, right? Before we even started listing. But that's okay because I always have a plan on what I hope we get done, but sometimes we don't always get it done, right? And if we don't always get it done, that just means there's something that we have to move to the next week. Mimi said, so glad I bought the sand eraser. I love it. I can't believe how well it works. Yeah. So, sand eraser is something a couple of you guys recommended to me. And then I bought one and then I'm like, oh my gosh, I need to carry these. So now I carry them. But a sand eraser is an eraser that has a little bit, well, it has sand in it. And so if you end up with a little bit of like a little pen mark or something, or a very slight little maybe fingerprint from ink, you can kind of erase it because there's a little bit of abrasiveness to it. But you just have to be careful about not erasing, like, you know, third grade erasing when you erase a hole in the paper. Did I see that, Dawn? Dawn! Oh, Dawn. hang on. Dawn, listing with you and recovering from 2 weeks of illness around here. Dawn, you went through quite a bit of health things in 2023. I'm sure that's something that you were very happy. Hi, Adeline. Sorry. Because I know she won't be around because they're leaving. Adeline is Tabitha's daughter, who's beautiful. Well, I just see online. But 13, 12, 13? Sometimes she lists with us, which is so fun. I think I just made her a lot older than she is, though. Yes, Dawn, you had lots of health issues. So I hope that you are like 2024, hopefully a new year for you when it comes to that, right? And Terry said on a break from chemo. Oh, Terry. So feeling well to finish December daily. I love that. I love that for you. I mean, not the chemo, obviously, right? Not the chemo. But I love that you are feeling well enough to, oh, Nick, feeling well enough to work on a project. Sorry, friends. Nick is doing some work in the basement. And it sounds like he's drilling or something right now. So hopefully that does not disturb us, but I could hear it. Hopefully he's done soon. All right, so then I was thinking this might be kind of fun to go over here. Maybe under here? Would that be fun? Would we like that? I think so. Why not? That's just kind of a fun little doodle right there, right? Yeah, all right. This kind of doesn't go very well, but that's okay. That's all right. I'm okay with that. Whoopsie. So this and that ruler, I mentioned were both from the paper repack. Those are like, it's like a washi, but it's like a transparent washi. I mean, I don't know how to explain it. It's washi. Those are washi stickers. That's what they are. They're washi stickers. All right, so this does not go well there at all. I don't like that. That's coming off. Even though I was hoping to get some more color in there, that was not it. Unless I did something like this down here. Ooh, okay, hang on. What if we pull this guy back up? And what if we do maybe the smile over here, like that? And then we come back over here, then it's not so like obvious, right? So maybe we'll just do that. This, 2023. And now this is what real life looks like. Except now my problem is, okay, it's too long. It's too long. And so we're going to do this. This is what, well, normally I wouldn't do this. I would either do this is what, and then real life looks like, or I would do this is what real life looks like. This is what I do it like that. Or I would do like that. No. Never mind. I don't know. I'm doing this. Real life looks like, and then this will say this is what. There we go. That works. That works great. Okay, it was too long. I didn't want a little bit of it to go over here because that would be weird. I didn't want it to interfere with that. Now I brought in a whole bunch of this color that's in here with this, kind of pull it together, but then I had to kind of mimic that up here just because get more color over here too. So that was that whole process that I went through. That usually in my head would take me like 2 minutes to do that and then I'd be moving on, but it takes me like 28 minutes to explain that. Okay, now we're done with our numbers. So we can put these away. See how there's something with the yellow. It's the pigment in the yellow that tends to stain that. It's not hurting the stamp at all. As long as you clean it, it's not hurting the stamp at all, but it is, it's just kind of going to be yellow. That is not, sometimes in clear stamps, you'll hear of like yellowing. That is not what's happening there because, right, they weren't yellow before. Because I've used these before, they're not yellow, but it's actually the pigment in the yellow ink that is making them yellow. All right, so there we go. Now, do we want to incorporate our pencil now? Because that's where we came in with the yellow. Maybe. So this is what's going on here. This kind of seems weird to me because there's all of that weird space. Unless, maybe that just goes there. This weird space I can tell is going to bug me though. Because I kind of have, well, we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. Fan. Fan. All right. Oh, yes. Okay. Marilee said, my nephew is visiting and the whole family is heading to my sister's to see him, making his favorite dessert, cheesecake. Oh, that's so fun. That's so fun, Aunt Marilee. Your girls too, or are they off back to school? They back to school already, probably back to school, but they're not far, right? So they could come? I don't know. Okay, we'll just do our little pencil here. All right, this happened. This is what real life looks like. Oh, okay. So I was thinking before, I was drawn to that little camera. So is there a way that we could work this camera in without it like filling the space and looking weird? Because right there, I mean, okay, now that we do that, I'm going to quickly lift this up before it's fully dry. Eek. Oh boy. Well, it pulled the paper a bit because of course it's wet. But if I can strategically just kind of take that at an angle a little bit and cover that up at an angle, that works a little bit better. All right, I'm okay. This is a little bit too blocky for me, but that's all right. It's fine. It's fine. We don't need to spend 800 hours on it, right? All right. So I think we are ready to start our listing. Now, there's a lot going on in here, and I don't think that I want to incorporate any kind of icon. Oh, I don't think I want to incorporate any kind of icon for my bullets. I still need to do a bullet because it's a run-on list, right? So I don't think I want to incorporate any kind of icon. I want to keep it pretty simple. So I think what I will do is I could either grab I shouldn't say the. I could either grab I could either grab a dot marker, a dot marker, or I could grab the bullets and more and just go with a plain and simple little bullet, like your traditional everyday bullet. Yes, that is why I have 2 of these stamp sets in here, because public service announcement, you got to make sure to put your stamps back, because when you don't, then you need one and it's not there. That's happened to a couple of those. So here is the bullet that I need, and the bullet will go on the stylus. Here we go. There's a new improved stylus. The original stylus is no longer available. The new and improved stylus is new and improved because it is, the ends are laser polished, okay? When I was having them made prior, that was not technology that the company I worked with had. They couldn't do that. So now ends are laser polished, which means really easy for your little bullets to stick. Your bullet stamps. Okay, so now I need a color. I need a color for my little bullets, because I don't want my bullets to be black, because my writing will be black. So I think that I will use something super subtle, and I think it will be, where does this go? Ooh, hang on. I think it might be spun sugar, maybe. Spun sugar? To kind of pull in a little bit of this pink. The pink that really I think would go better is probably tattered rose, but that's really hard to see. Spun sugar. I think spun sugar will be fine. Let's do spun sugar. All right, so here we go. And here's my list and my little workbook. So those are going to be my bullets, okay? Just a little circle. Now, I said I could use one of 2 things. I could use that, or I could come in and use a dot marker. This is just a plain old dot marker, but a dot marker has a rounded top. Ooh, see what I almost did? But it just makes dots. So it's kind of the same thing, but you need to get a good feel for the pressure, because if you press really hard, you get a big dot. If you press really small, you get a little dot, which is kind of fun because you can kind of vary the dots, whereas with a stamp, you can't. It's just whatever the stamp is. But I'm going to use this little guy. So in my 2023 year in review list, I think I will start, if I want to start there or there. Let's just start here. Okay, it's going to be pretty close to the top, but that's okay. Oh, Need this back. Let's get set up here. Let's get set. Let me see. Vicky, hi, Vicky. Vicky's been cruising. Her cruises looked amazing. Looks like you guys had so much fun. So much fun. Hi, this looks fun. It is fun. Oh, and every time you pop on, look at what I'm using. Vicky, someone had asked earlier. Vicky, my dear friend Vicky Booten, popped on, and she is the designer that designed, discover, and create the collection I'm using on this list. I know, we need another chat, huh, Vic? We need another chat again. We need another chat. Let's see. Oh, runs off sarcasm and copy. I probably missed you. You headed off. Message on Facebook group. Have a wonderful day. Terry, Layle, would you ever do a cruise with Vicky? I don't know. There are some business logistics that Licky. Oh my gosh, that's like Brangelina. That Licky would have to figure out. I think it should be Vale instead of Licky. Licky and Vale. Oh lordy. Anyhow, we've not really ever talked about it, so I won't say no that we never would, but we just have to kind of talk about it and figure out how it'll work. Okay, here we go. So my 2023 year in review, Rose Bowl. We took Harvey, which is our RV, took Harvey to Pasadena for the Rose Bowl to watch the University of Utah. That's where Nick and I both went to college. The U did not fare well for the second year in a row at the Rose Bowl in 2023, but that's okay. What is it? It's a pleasure to be nominated. I don't know. They weren't nominated, but I guess it's nice to be there, even if you don't win. Okay, so I did San Diego for a me scrapbooking retreat. What I meant by that was I was not a student. I mean, I'm not a teacher. I didn't teach. I just went to play and work on whatever I wanted to, which I never do that. So that was quite fun for a me scrapbooking retreat. And remember how I knew about all these things? I just went back to my special photo album that I had on my phone of all the photos. And then if I needed things to fill in, I could just go back to all of my prior about last months for 2023 and be like, oh yeah, I forgot that happened. Oh yeah, I forgot that happened. All right, oh yes, we had record snowfall, which that was crazy. Record snowfall. Bleh. Bleh. I live in the wrong place to say that because we get snow. All right. Lots of personal travel. And you'll see this kind of dovetail into my next list. Lots of personal travel. So Nick and I did 11 trips. And that was not work. There was none of that. None of the 11 were work trips. That was all personal travel. And that's one of the things that we've kind of focused on as we get older in life is we both love to travel. So really making an effort and saving and making sure that, our budget can support that. But that's a big deal to us. So lots of travel. So I am going to write down here. Where did we go? I got to look at this. So I'm going to write this. We did 2 Harvey trips. So Harvey again in our RV. We did 2 Priest Lake trips. I won't continue to write trips because it's kind of overkill. 2 Priest Lake trips. We did Denver. We did San Diego. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know if I wrote all these out, so this could get interesting. Well, this is what I'm gonna do. We did, well, really the UK. That was one big trip, UK. We did Toronto. Nick had business in Toronto, and so I came along, and then we spent the weekend with Vicky and her husband, Rich. Oh, duh. We did Hawaii. That was kind of part business trip for Nick. So 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, we did Las Vegas because that's when we went to see you too. Okay, now what was the 11th one? Now that's gonna really bug me. I'm just looking at my list here because I've got things all over. Oh, no, that was a trip in Harvey. Was the Rose Bowl? No, we did 3 Harvey trips. Okay, watch this. Da, 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 da. It's kind of a funky looking 3, but look, I turned my 2 into a 3. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, 12. Anyhow, we traveled a lot. We traveled a lot in 2023. That was a big part of 23. Doesn't matter. That was a lot of 2020. Travel was a big part of 2023 for Layle and Nick Concar. How about that? Sometimes I get going too fast, you guys. Now I've got to cross these off over here because I'm going to get really confused. I won't be able to see what I did. We'll cross that out, cross that out. Teaching. I did 6 in-person teaching events. That was 3 with 3 craft chicks. Oh my gosh. There's 7. Lordy. 2 with Lizzie Lou. And then I did Firefly Farm. And She Loves Color. So don't worry. It doesn't matter if the numbers don't add up. It's fine. It's fine. We'll just chalk that up to whatever my health issues are. No, I shouldn't make fun of that. No, I'm just not adding very well there. All right, I did, we did, now let's see if I added this one up correctly. 6 concerts. 6 concerts. We really like live music a lot, Nick and I do. And so that would have been, we saw, well, not we, so for me, I saw 2 of these. I saw Walker Hayes, Zach Brown Band. Both of those I saw at the Houston Rodeo, 2 different nights, Zach Brown Band. Then we saw, oh my gosh, Layle, I think there's way more than 6. Actually, this was one concert. We saw in one concert, so we're okay. George Stapleton. Oh my gosh, quick. George Stapleton. Oh, you guys, my brain's not working anymore. It's not George Stapleton. It's George Strait and Chris Stapleton. So this is what I'm going to do. We're going to do this. Chris Strait. And I purposefully did that. And I'm going to go, oops, like that. And then we'll do this. This. And then we'll do this. Right? It's okay. No use crying over miscounted things or things done incorrectly. It's okay. George Stapleton, Chris Strait, whatever. And Little Big Town. That was really in one concert, but it was really 3 concerts. We're just saying in one. And then saw Coldplay and Pink and U2. And those were all separate concerts, so whatever. Anyhow, yes, travel, obviously, some of that. Well, some of that. Chris Stapleton was travel. Well, this trio travel, Coldplay travel, Pink travel, and U2 travel. So actually, and Walker Hayes, all of those were travel. None of those were in Salt Lake this year. Normally we see things in Salt Lake too, but no. Okay. Okay, where are we? Hang on. Oh yes, kind of two big things in my business. Self-published. An idea book. Yay. And released line of TNs and inserts, so traveler's notebooks and inserts. That was a big thing for me in 2023. We adopted Reggie, right? We adopted Reggie. Reggie is Sam's cat, which we just love so much. Unless it's the middle of the night and he decides he wants to play and attack our feet, then we don't love him at all. What else do I have over here? So just about finishing up, Nick's mother turned 80. That's a big deal. And it was nice when we were all together and we did kind of this really neat present for her when we were all together. And she said, you know what? I have one thing to say about turning 80. So Nick's dad had passed away in his 40s, so quite a long time ago. And this is in kind of relation to Nick's dad, but also other people in her life that have passed away. But she said, I have one thing to say about turning 80. I am grateful to be turning 80 because that means I'm still here. And there are people in my life that are not still here and they didn't make it to 80. So I consider it an extreme privilege to still be here at 80. So that was awesome. That was awesome. Let's see. Margie. George Strait. Yes, did he ask for me? I'm pretty sure he did. Margie, if I remember, I'm sure he pretty much said, Margie Duffy. Where is Margie Duffy? Okay, I'm almost done with this list, friends, not friend. Oh yes, a big one for Sam. Sam spent 2 weeks in New Zealand. And then I don't even know how to write this. I don't even know how to explain this. Health episodes or I don't even know. So that's kind of the last thing on my list for this. Actually, there's one other thing. Nick and I made a conscious effort to focus on date nights. And that actually was one of the things that was on my focus list for 2023. So that is something that worked out well. And then let's see. Ended the year, let's just say this, with a health scare. That's easy way to put it, because that's what it is. Okay, there we go, friends. Here we are. So that is now my 2023 year in review. That is like about last year, 2023. And that just takes that whole concept of that about last month every month, and it just boils it into 1 year. So it summarizes all of the monthly about last month's into 1 year. There we have it. Okay. All right. So we have one more list to do, friends. We have one more list to do, and we're going to start. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how I do, because I will get to a point here soon where I'm like, it's time to be done. So let's get some of these things put away. Let's talk about the next list while I am putting these things away. So our next list, end of a year. Normally I'd say end of a year. It is end of the year. Normally we would do this list on the last Saturday of the month, but we did not list the last Saturday of the month, so here we are. And I said, we're not going to skip those lists because those lists are very important to me still. So this third list, but the first list of kind of recapping the year has to do with taking the time to acknowledge what you did well. What you did well. So guess what happens? And this is natural. The beginning of a new year, what do? Oh my gosh, I need to lose weight. I got to exercise more. I got to call my parents more. I need to spend more time with my friends. I need to save money. I need to, whatever it is, right? We're always kind of, I need to do this. I need to do this. I need to do that. Because generally it means you did not do that well. And that's a very broad generalization, but it probably means you didn't do it well the prior year. So it's something you want to focus on. Before we get down on ourselves and, all the things that, I don't want to say down on ourselves, right? Because it's good. It's good for us to identify things that we want to focus on in the new year. But to me, it's really important that we take the time to pat ourselves on the back for what we did well. Okay? Before we try to go change things, let's talk about what we did well. So our last list for today is things I did well this year, last year, whatever it may be, however we call it. So this list we started doing, I started doing in December of 2020. That was our first year we'd kind of been listing. So this is our 4th year of doing this list, if you've been listing with me all along. If not, this may be your first year, but things I did well in 2020. Things I did well in 2021, things I did well this year in 2022. To me, that's really important. I want to celebrate the things that I did well. And then as we move into the new year, then we're kind of looking at, okay, all right, now the rubber hits the road. What are we going to work on? What are we going to work on that we can have on our list now in 2025? We can say, oh, these are the things I did well last year in 2024. So that is the list that we are working on next. And you guys, I will tell you, this is not an easy list. This is never an easy list for me to do because I never think I do things well, right? We're always, down on ourselves or, yeah, that went well, but I could have done this or I should have done this or if I had done it this way, right? A lot of times it's a different kind of take, right? So maybe you had a goal to lose 30 pounds and you only lost 20 pounds. So you didn't hit your goal. But guess what? You lost 20 freaking pounds. That's a lot. If you ever walk up the stairs with a 20-pound bag of sugar, I don't know if they even make 20-pound bags of sugar, but flour, whatever it is, that's a lot. You notice a big difference. So we should celebrate our successes. They're big or small, but sometimes you got to look for them. And I always have to look for these. I always really have to look for these. There's usually a few right off the bat that I'm like, oh yeah, that's a no-brainer. No, the years that I'm really healthy and lose weight, well, that's a no-brainer. Then I'm singing from the rooftops, right? But the years that doesn't happen because I've gained, right? Then I think, oh my gosh, it's horrible. I gained weight. I'm not exercising like I should or whatever. Those we're not focusing on yet, right? Right now we're focusing on the things that we did well for the year. So with that said, if you're listing with me and you didn't see ahead of time that that's one of the lists that we would be working on, this may take a little bit of work. You might have to think a little bit about this. Engage the help of your friends and family or coworkers or, whoever it's close to you that knows you, because they will tell you things. So this is, part of our routine that Nick and I do every Saturday morning is we wake up and we're having coffee and he's like, what's on your list for today? Or what's your list of lists for today? And then, I say, oh, I'm doing this or oopsie. I better add a little bit more adhesive to that. I'm doing this or I'm doing that. So this one was an easy one because I'm like, well, about last month, about last year, there's not a lot that, we can chat about there. Well, we could, but, or he can help fill in the blanks if I'm, brain cramping on something. But he really did help with the things that I did well last year. So, and bring in other people to help you if you need. If you're having a hard time thinking of what you did well, bring somebody in. Ask them, hey, what did I do well this year? Because, if they're your friends, well, I don't know. I was going to say if they're your family, they should tell you that. But maybe, I don't know. Sometimes your family might not tell you that. But ask people because they can help you if you're having a hard time. Because I did. Dandy. Things I did well. I didn't strangle anyone, the toxic kind of people. But seriously, Dandy on her list could be, I didn't let toxic people get to me, right? That could absolutely be something you did well. They don't have to be like, I saved $100,000 or I donated all of my possessions to charity, or I mean, really, this is your list. You decide what you did well. So it could be, I didn't let toxic people bother me as much as I have in the past. Maybe you don't even feel like that you are, like you've tackled it. Maybe Dandy, and I'm just using Dandy for an example because she, piped in and kind of was laughing, but maybe she's let toxic people like rule her life for the last 10 years. Maybe it's toxic people still get in a little bit, but maybe she's much better last year about letting toxic people in. So just if you're doing this list with me, and here's another thing. This doesn't have to be a list that you write down. This could be a list that you think about in your head. And when you're feeling down or you're feeling like you haven't accomplished much, or maybe you had a list of 28 resolutions and you only met 2 of them last year, well, focus on the ones that you did well, right? And just make a mental note or write it down. Write it down, and you don't have to make a pretty list with it. But I think it's important that we celebrate the things that we did well before we start moving into the things that we need to work on. At least that's me. Okay, that's me. I like it. I think I like it more the way Dandy Creates wrote it. I know, right? I didn't strangle anyone. Seriously, right? Totally. Do it, do it, do it. Do it, do it, do it. What? I know. No, I know.
Yes.
Nick's being my parent. What?
Keep going, but you can't say a word about it the rest of the day.
I know. He's totally being my parent. He's like, you need to stop. He's like, you need to stop. You need to rest. And then he's like, that's fine, but you can't talk about it anymore today when you tell me how exhausted you are. So this is what I'm going to do. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do the next couple of minutes. No, you know what? I'm not. I'm going to be good. I'm going to be good and do what is the best for me. So I will just tell you, the very first list, we will start out when we're together again, which will be on January 20th, will be this list, things I did well last year, right? Things I did well in 2022 or things I did well last year. I will be using the All the Things stamp set. So it's designed for all the things like this. Things and then you have did well, and then you have last, and then you have year. So you can piece all that together using those stamps in my handwriting. So I'll be using that, things I did well last year. I will be using the in the box stamp set. So the things that I did well last year. I think I have 5. I have 5 that I have identified. And so this will be a 2-page list. I want to talk about them a little bit more. So I'll be using the box and writing my things in the box. And then I will be using either the stickers or the die cuts, but I will just pull this out right now. Well, here. Well, or it could be 3 different things. It could be from Noteworthy. It could either be the rub-ons, because those would work, because there are numbers 1 through 5. The rub-ons only have numbers 1 through 5. So if you're going beyond that, then I wouldn't use the rub-ons. There are die cuts that are part of that collection. The numbers, the regular bits and pieces have the numbers, okay, that are die cuts. And then also, I think the sticker book. Let's see. So those are the things I will be using, and that will be, yes, the sticker book also has numbers, all right? So I'll be using either the stickers or the die cuts or the rub-ons, I don't know which one, along with that stamp set and along with that to do my list, things I did well last year. So things I did well in 2023. Okay, friends. Oh my gosh, I haven't even talked about giveaways. So let's do this. Let me turn off these lights. Let me turn on the overhead lights. My fingers are stained yellow. I don't have jaundice. We know that. I don't have jaundice. It's just the yellow ink. Let's do this. Let's rotate. Let's rotate. There we go. Sorry about the little extra sound effects there. Okay. The giveaways. So giveaways for You can tell I need to eat. My brain is just not, the synapses are not fine. They're misfiring. They're not all together. Oh yes, giveaways. Giveaways for today, because I've totally forgotten to share them. There are 2 giveaways. And those of you that stay to the end, you will know this. If someone didn't stay to the end and they didn't go leave a comment, then they might not ever even realize, ooh, there's a good one here. Well, I think they're always good, but there's a really good one here. Two giveaways. Number 1 will be, I showed you at the very beginning, 5 brand new stamp sets that are part of the January release. You can see those on the website. So the winner will receive their choice. You can choose whichever of the 5 that you want. Okay, so that's one prize. Other prize is the 2024 year in review project kit. Okay, 2 prizes: 2024 year in review project kit and the choice of one of the 5 brand new stamp sets. So the way you participate in the prizes is you leave a comment on the video when it's over. So not in the chat. Leave a comment on the video when it's over. Maybe just hang out for 2 minutes, and then as soon as it's done, go leave a comment, and then you're done. I will draw for those 2 prizes. I know I'm done. He came up and he came up and kind of glanced in here and then walked away. He's not the boss of me. He's just trying to be a loving husband to make sure I take care of myself. Oh yeah, leave a comment on the video when it's over, and right before we start again on Saturday the 20th, calendar's over there. Right before we get together on Saturday the 20th, I will randomly pick 2 lucky winners for those prizes. One is the 2024 year in review kit. That's a $55 retail value, so it's worth it. It's worth it to take a chance and leave a comment. Okay, friends, thank you. Thank you. I had so much fun today. I had so much fun today. I missed not being together last Saturday because I love it. I love hanging out with you guys. I love being creative and sharing and playing. And so thank you, as always, for giving me a place to kind of do that here. If you have any questions, leave a comment on the email when it's, leave a comment. Leave a comment on the video when it's over. Okay. Leave a comment on the video when it's over, or shoot me an email, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have. He's back again. He just gave me the look again. All right, friends, I'm going to take off. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I hope to see you in 2 weeks. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.